Hello and welcome to this tutorial whereby we are going to be building a simple blog application using React. This particular tutorial is going to be of help to anyone who is reading React, or anyone who has finished reading React and is wondering on what particular project to build. For this particular project, we are going to build our particular blog application while looking at all the concepts, starting from all the basic concepts involved in React, that is how to create a React application, all the way to the use of use states, use effect, all the way to the to hooks, calling static data, and we are going to evolve all the way to use of APIs to input data into our project. With me already, I have my VS Code open, and I have launched a simple React application, and this is basically done by, you can open your terminal, just as I have my terminal here, and in my terminal, after I have changed my directory to the particular directory that I have here, you can see that I have upload projects, and within it I have this particular folder known as the blog app. You can type in npx create React app, and then give a name to the particular project that you want to build, and VS Code will handle the rest. So what we get is just this simple format, and I'm in my application.js right now, and if I move to my Chrome, I see that this is the page. This is the static page which has been created by React. So we are going to format all these so that we can be able to build our blog application. So for a particular blog application, we are going to have features such as being able to create a blog, such as being able to create a blog title, a description, a timestamp for it. And then we're going to be able to also edit. We can also be able to search for all the blogs that we've added. And so this is going to be a very good project, since you're going to start with the basics and evolve all the way to the much more complicated procedures which are involved in React. So once you've created your project, and once you've been able to start your project, so after the project has been created, remember to type in to change directory to that particular project which has been created, and then just type in npm run start, and then you're going to have something such as this in your terminal, and it is going to be launched to the Google Chrome as these are a particular web page. So let's get on to editing. And so there's certain few things which I do not want to be in my project. So for example, I do not want my app.css. Also don't want the report web vitals. I also do not need maybe you can keep the logo. Yes, so I am going to delete these two. I'm gonna delete these, both of these. And after I delete them, I'm going to go to my application. Immediately my terminal seems to bring errors, but this is because those two are being used in the application. So for example, here you can see that import application.css. We do not need that. I'm going to save that, and then I'm going to go to my index.js, whereby the report web vitals is being called, and I am going to remove that and also remove these two. And once we do that, the application still continues to work. We can see that all the styles for the application.css have been removed here of the app.js, since we're importing our app.css. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to remove all these first. I'm just going to put a simple h1, which is just going to say hello world. Hello world. Even you can type hello world. And once we do that and we move to a web page, you can see our hello world. So this is just a basic way to create a hello world using React. So we have our application.js over here, and so for this particular application, we want to create our blog app, and our blog app, we can see here that we have logo is defined, and so we're going to remove these since we do not need it. We can see now that we do not have any errors or any problems within our terminal, and our application is still working. So in our source folder, we are going to create a components folder, and in React we have what we call components, and components are the one which contain all the, we can say that they contain or they carry all the data which basically builds our application. Remember, React is made up of a lot of components, and this is what we are going to create right now. It is a very components are a very basic concept, or very basic concept when using React, and it is important to be able to know how to create components as well as import and export them. So in our source folder, we are going to create a new folder, and here we are going to call these components. And this particular folder, let's first create our first component, which is going to be the header. And remember, we need to give these, since we're using JavaScript, we're going to give it a file extension name of .js. So we have going to have a header.js, and in my VS Code, I have downloaded an extension, which is I think it's an ES6 extension, such that I can be able to create components, whereby after I type using whereby I can input Control Alt and the letter R, and if I type in RAFC, I can be able to create my component over here. So let's create this component, and for this you're going to have a header section. This header is going to have a h1, and this h1 we can call this blog list. Let's call it blog list, and then within also the header, I want to have a form, and this is going to be the form. Let's give this a name of search form, a class name of search form, search form. Yes, there we go. And for this search form, we are going to have an input whereby we can be able to search, whereby we can be able to input the words which we want to search, and we're also going to have a button too. So let's get straight into this, whereby we are going to put an input, and this input is going to be input type is going to be text. Then we can have a placeholder, and the placeholder, this is going to be, can say just simply as search, and I am going to put an autocomplete, which is also going to say here on, and yes. So let's just first have that, but we'll come, and also there are certain few things which you're still going to add to these. So I want to first show you how to create just a simple component. So we've created this header.js component, and we want to display it in our application. And remember, we are going to display it in our app.js over here. So here we are going to come and say import header, and already VS Code is suggesting where that particular file is located. So instead of our hello world, we are going to come here, and in this we are going to now, after importing it, we are now going to display it here. So we're now going to have our header.js created, and if we go to our app into a Google Chrome, we have these over here. So there are certain few things which I want to add and also style our web page as we continue along. So this is going to be a header section, but I want this search to be over here to be flexed all the way to the end. And this we're going to do using justify, where we're going to put our header component as display flex, and we are going to justify content as space between, and also we are going to have a button. Now I'm going to open another terminal over here while we are still running the terminal which is connected to our Google Chrome. So here I'm going to change the directory to my blog app, and within my blog app I want to install something known as the React icons. So in my Chrome here, you can type in npm.js, and it's going to take you to this particular website whereby we are able to download packages which we need. So here I'm going to have React icons because I want to download that particular package, and I want to install it in my code. So here I have yes, here I have it, npm React icons, and I want to save this. So I'm gonna copy these. I'm gonna go back to my VS Code, and it's going to be saved as a dependency in my package.json. So let it we're going to give it time as it installs, and then we're going to come back, and yes, and we are going to, in our header.js here, we are going to need to put a button. I want to have a button, and this button is going to be of type submit, and in here I want to have that particular icon that I want. So we can see here that the React icons is being installed. So maybe here we can just put in something as such, like such, just to put it as a placeholder. So in my application I have this search over here, but we're just going to install that particular icon, which is going to just make our website to be much more decorative looking, like, yeah. So let's go to our index.css, and within this index.css, this is what is going to carry all the styles for a particular web page. So let's style, let's remove the pre-installed CSS code, and we are going to write our own code here. So I'm going to have here a margin of 0. Our X, basically, if you've gone through CSS, that basically represents the universal reset. So padding 0, and also here we are going to have box sizing, which is also going to be the same, going to give it as border box. Next, we are going to have our body, the body of our application, and what I want is to have a mean height of 100 viewports of height, and I'm going to have width. The width should be at 100%. Then the default font size, this is going to give this at 1.2 rem. Then remember, we have our application.js here, and it has the class name of app, so we also want to style that. So we're going to style this. For the app, we want it to have a display of flex. Then the flex direction will be column, and I'm also going to give this a mean height of 100 viewports of height. So we are going to save these, and these settings will be saved, so we can see now we do not have any margin which has been given to our page. So let's continue. Let's see whether our icons has finished installing. Yes, and so for this second terminal, we're going to use it to install all the packages which we want. So when we move to our package.json, we can see it has the letter M, which means that it has been modified, something has been added, and in our dependencies we can see we have these React icons. So in our header.js, I am going to come here and I'm going to import FA search. These are usually provided in that particular React icons package. So not typed here properly. So from React icons, and I think it's supposed to be in the file FA. So instead of search, here I'm going to have FA search. Let's see whether this is going to be okay. Move here to my terminal. It is going to compile. I'm not sure whether it's supposed to be in the FA or FA6. Yes, so it's supposed to be in the FA. So we have these sort of search icon over here, which we have been able to import. Good. So let's style our header section, and we're going to do this in our index.css. So what we want in our header section, let's give this a display of flex, and once we give this a display of flex and we move to our project, we can see now that instead of column, it's going to be flexed. So what we want is that this form to be all the way, this input text to be all the way, here. So let's do that. We are going to justify content, and we are going to put this at space between. Then we are going to align the items to be at the center. We are also going to have wrap, flex wrap, not direction, flex wrap. Let's give it wrap. Then we can have a gap of 1 rem. Then I'm going to give this a background color. I'm going to give it a background color of blue, and instead of blue, I'm going to change it just a little bit to be something like, I don't want it to be so blue. let's have it somewhere like maybe like that. I think that's going to be fine. And let's first see what we get. See, so we get these. I also want to have some padding so that this doesn't touch all the way to the end. So let's do that. Let's add that particular padding. Maybe let's give this a padding of something like 0.6 rem. 0.6 rem. Then we can have these a complete width of 100%, such that it occupies the entirety of the page. And since we have set our app to direction of column, I'm going to give these to have a flex grow of 1, and let's see what we get. Good. Since I've set the flex grow to 1, that is why we are seeing that it is occupying this entire web page. Let me first remove these so that it doesn't confuse us. We are going to input these as we go, so I'm going to first comment it out. Yes, and there we have it. So let's style our search form over here, and remember we gave it a class of search form. And for this search form, you're going to have it have a display of flex, and you can maybe have it have a gap, maybe a simple gap of maybe 0.3 rem, so that they are a bit separated. Then let's style our H1. Which is going to be header H1. I keep inputting my my bracket braces instead of the curly braces. So let's have the color of the H1 be color white, and if we do that, we can see that it has the color white. Then the next thing that we want to work on is the input. This particular input here, we are going to style this and also style this particular button over here. So we are going to give these in my header. Let me give these a class. Let me give that particular input a class, and for this I'm going to give it a class of search input, and I'm also going to give this button a class name, and I'm going to call these the search form button. Let me call it the search form button. Don't know whether to give it a class name of search form button, or let me just leave it as that. Let me first now give it a class name. So after inputting our class name here, we're going to have search input, and for our search input, we're going to remove the border. We're going to have a border of none. We're also going to remove the outline. The outline is also going to be none. I want this to have a font size of 1 rem. Also, I'm also going to give this a padding, and the padding is going to be something like 0.5 rem. So good, we can see now that we are able to have now a very good search input over here. So let's also style our particular button here, and for these I'm going to give these I'm going to style that particular form. So since it is under the search form and it is a button, I'm going to have it as search form button, and I'm also going to have these. So going to have a border of none and outline of none for it. So I'm just going to copy paste that down here. Then I want the cursor, since it's a button, I want the cursor to be a pointer. I also want it to have a padding of 0.5 rem. Also, also want the font, not the font size, but the font weight to be maybe something like 600, so that the size of this particular icon becomes much more bigger and much more bolder. Good. So let's see what we get. So we get that, and that's fine. That's okay. Then I want such that when I hover on this button, something to happen, so that when our user inputs a text over here and they click over here, they can be able to know whether the button is functional or not. So let's add that hover. Let's add a hover effect. So in the button, we are going to have a transition, and I'm going to give this a transition of 3 seconds. Is in out, then dot search form button. When we hover, sorry, I'm going to add that pseudo class hover. What I want to do is on the background color to change to green. So let's see whether this works. So we have our form, we have our text. So when we hover on this button, it changes its the background color to green, and so that works, and that's okay. So the next part that I want is I want to be able to display the blogs which we have. So I'm going to go back to my application.js, and in here I am going to import something. I'm going to import useState. I'm going to import useState and use effect, and I am going to import this from React. You're going to get this from React. So, and in here I am going to have I'm going to call my blogs as blogs, and we are going to have the state set as set blogs, and this is going to be equivalent to useState. And in here I am going to have an array. So what I'm going to put in here is the blogs which I want to display. So let's do that. And I had already saved some blogs here, and so this is what I'm just going to copy from my notepad. So I'm going to copy these, and I'm going to paste them in here. And we can see for each and every blog which is contained in an object, we have an ID, we have a title, we have the description of that particular blog, and then we have a timestamp which has been assigned to it. Actually, we do not need so many blogs. Maybe we can just have 3 of them. Let's just have 3 of them, and we're going to save that. So and then I am going to close that so that we can be able to see, can be able to have a very good clean working area. So we have set our states, a state for our blogs and the set blogs. So what we want to do is that we want to display these blogs to our web page here. And so what we are going to do is what we are going to have is we are going to create another component. And for this component, so we are going to have we're going to create a new component here, and we're going to call this DisplayBlog. Let's have it as main. Let's call it main, and we're going to have it as we're going to have that file extension .js. Remember to have that extension. If you're using JavaScript, it's supposed to be JX. If you're using TypeScript, it's supposed to be .ts. So I am going to create these, and instead of having it as a div, I'm going to have it as a main. So I'm going to highlight that. So this is going to be main, and here I'm going to call these. Let me have just a simple hello over there, and I am going to import these. So I'm going to import my, it's called DisplayBlog main, and I'm going to have it here. Sorry, there we have it. So if I come to my application, I can see that component, the DisplayBlog main, has been imported, and it is being displayed in my web page. I want to have a margin top here because I want this to have a separation. So let's do that. And in my index.css, in my header, where I had the header, I'm going to have a margin bottom. Let me input a margin bottom. We can have it as 1 rem, so that a margin bottom of 1 rem. I think this is going to work, so that we can have that particular separation. So for this, I am going to give this a class name. We give this a class name. I'm going to call this as DisplayBlog container. Let me call it the DisplayBlog container. So let's go back to app.js. Here we have the static data, and this static data, we want it to be displayed in our DisplayBlog.main. So what we are going to do here is we are going to drill down our prop, since this is a prop. So blogs is going to be the same as blogs. So then we are going to come over here and we are going to destructure that particular blogs. Remember, it is still an array. So what I want to do is I want to put certain conditions over here. So what I am going to do is have that, let me first comment this out. And what I want to do is, let me see, let me remove this first. I'm getting that particular error over there. That seems like it's gone and it's fine. Okay, so what I want to check is that if the blogs exist. So if the blogs are present, if they have a length, remember it is an array. What I want to have is what I want. I think I get why I'm getting that particular error. It is because I have not assigned that to yes. So I think if I do that, give me a minute. So let's have it like that, and I want to check if I have blogs. So if the blogs exist, what I want to have is that particular main. I'm going to have that main, and if the blogs do not exist, what I want to have here is a sort of, let me have like a h3 here, which is going to say that the blog list is empty. Okay, then here I'm going to still have my hello over there. So if the blogs are present, I'm supposed to see this hello. If the blogs are not there, I'm going to have this displayed. The blog list is empty. So let's see what we get. We get hello, which means that our blogs are being passed from the app.js. They are being drilled down. So in my components, I'm going to create another component here, and I'm going to call this the DisplayBlog. Let me call this list with an extension of JS. So I'm gonna create that component, and instead of having this be as a div, I'm going to have this be as an unordered list, because we are going to drill down that blog list. So let me have these just so that you can be able to see what you are working with as hello. And I am going to import this display blog list in my display blog main. So that is what I'm going to do. And instead of having these h1 hello, I am going to have that display blog list, and I am going to pass down the blogs which we have here to here. So like that. So let's see, maybe we can have this say something like hi. So what I'm supposed to see here in my application is this hi over here, and that's good and that's okay. So that means it's working. So we passed on our blogs from our display blog main to here, and so that is what we have over here. So what I want to do now is I want to map through these blogs. So I am going to have blogs.map, and I'm going to map each and every blog. And what I want to do is I want to output every item on its own. So inside my components, I am also going to create another file, and these I'm now going to call it the DisplayBlogItem. I'm going to have it as DisplayBlogItem.js, and I'm going to have these. I'm going to create these, and instead of it being a div, it's going to be a list item. And I can have these, I'll create these as a h1 here, and I'm going to call these list item. I'm going to save it, and in my display blog list, I am now going to import this display blog item. So import display blog item. So for every blog I want to display it, remember when we map and we create a list item, we need to provide a key, and this key is going to be the same as blog each blog has an ID property. Okay, so that is what we are passing down over here. So let's save this, and I'm also going to pass every blog. We're going to pass every blog item, since that is what we are going to display it as a single item. So in here, I'm going to have now that particular blog. So for every blog, if we go back to application.js, we can see that every blog has a title, it has a description, and it has a timestamp. I'm also going to add one more thing. I'm going to add a checked false, because I am going to have a checkbox, and we are going to use it so that we can be able to update our object or our item. Okay, so I'm going to copy this checked property down to each and every blog, so that we can have it in each and every item within our array. So what I want now within the list, I'm going to give this list a class name, and let's give it a class name of list, maybe list item container. Let's have it as a list item container. And then I had forgotten that in my DisplayBlog main here, I'm going to have a h2, and this h2 is going to say all blogs, just to show that we have all the blogs that we need. Good, so we have all blogs over here. So we have 3 items, and that is why here we are seeing we can see the word list item. So we are going to destruct every list item so that we can be able to be displayed in the proper manner. So let's go back to our display in our list for each and every one of them. So here I want to, let me have a div. I'm gonna create a div, and this div, I'm going to give it a class name. I'm going to give it a class name of flex list items. We're giving these class names because we are going to need them to style our particular item. So in this list item, we are going to have a h2, and this h2 is going to take the blog.title. No, instead of blog.title, let's start with the input, the checkbox input. So going to have an input, and this input is going to be type checkbox, and it doesn't need a placeholder, so but it's going to need the checked, and the checked is going to be the same as our blog.checked. Remember, our blog has a checked property, so that is what we are accessing. Then inside here, I'm going to have a div, and in this div, I am going to have my h2, and these I want it to display the blog.title. Remember, every blog has a title property which we are going to access. Then we're going to have a p tag, which is going to display the description of our particular blog. So what I want to do here is first I'm going to say that if the blog.description, okay, let's first put it as blog.description to see what we get first, and then I am going to have a button here, and this button is going to be type of button, not a submit form. It's going to be type of button, and I want to have a button which is going to delete. So here I am going to import an icon, and this is going to be fa trash alt. I think it's supposed to be fa trash alt, and I'm going to import this from React icons, and I think this I'm going to access it from the fa. So I'm going to put this fa trash alt over here, and then finally down here I am going to have a p, and this p I want it to display the blog dot. Remember, we have also a timestamp which we had assigned. So let's save all that and let's see what we get. We get all the 3 blogs in our array. So we have the first one, the second one, the third one. We have the checkbox, which is false, that is why it is not checked. we have the title, we have the description, we have the delete icon, and then we have the timestamp. So what you're going to do here is we are going to, let's style these components such that we can be able to see them. But now we can be able to see that we are able to pass this static data downwards. Okay, we are able to pass these blogs from our app.js to this DisplayBlog main, and from the DisplayBlog main we are able to pass it down to our DisplayBlog list, destructuring it all, and then all the way to our DisplayBlog item. So we have been able to cover this now concept of being able to create components as well as drill property downwards. So let us style this, and let's see, and make instead of having this type of these layout, let's have it to be much more better looking. Good. So in our search form, so after here, let's style our display. Here I had not put a class name. I'm going to have a class name of DisplayBlog container, and once I do that, there are certain styles which I want. Let me go back to my index.css. So DisplayBlog container, and what I want for the DisplayBlog container is I want it to have a padding of 0.6 rem. So after, not 0 rem but 0.6 rem. So once I add that, yes, we avoid to have these our items being pushed to the far left. So, and then I want the DisplayBlog container, I want my H2 to be aligned to the center, and I want the color to be also blue. Let me give it a color of blue, and we get to have these all the way here. So instead of having, because I want to style this differently, instead of H2, I'm going to have the blog title be under the header subheading H3. So that is, yes, that's good, that's okay. I'm also want to, let me have these as let me add a text decoration of underline, and I'm going to have it also have a margin bottom, and we have it at 0.8 rem, just to have that separation. Yes, perfect. So let's now style the list. So we're going to start with our list item. Remember, we gave it the class of list item container, and this is going to be, let's have it have a margin, bottom of maybe 1 rem. Then we can have it have a padding of 0.5 rem. Then we can have the line height maybe be at something like 2.3 rem. Then we're going to have a box shadow. We can have a box shadow of 0 pixels, 4 pixels. Let me have it as black. And then we can have the list style type, because it's a list element. Let's remove the list style type. It's going to be of none, list style type of none. So we get to have these. Now what I want to do is I want to have my checkbox over here. I want to have the title and the description at the center, and I want this button to be all the way at the end. And we can do this since we had created that particular class as flex list item, flex list items. That is what I named it as. So display flex, then going to have justify content, which is going to be the same as space between, and then we can have a gap, maybe a gap of 0.5 rem. Then let's align the items to the center, and then let's see what we get. Good. So we get that our checkbox and these have all been aligned to the yes, they have been evenly spaced. Good. So the other thing I want to do is I want this timestamp to be here at the center. So I'm going to give in my list item here, I'm going to give this a class name. This particular P, I'm going to give this a class name. I'm going to call this timestamp, and I'm going to style that. So dot timestamp. So dot timestamp, and what I want the text aligned to the center. Also, I want the font weight. Let me give it a font weight to be bolder. Wonderful. So let's check what we have in my terminal. It's supposed to be okay. Good. So we get the timestamp to be here at the center. Good. Then we have this particular button over here, and this is going to be the delete button. So I want to style this, and I'm going to give it the styling as the same as this. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go still up here, and I am going to give these it's known as flex list dot flex list items button. So let's see. Good. So it becomes larger, and I also want it to have a background color of green upon hovering. So flex list items button, add that particular pseudo class of hover, so such that when we hover over it, we get that particular effect. Good. So we are now able to display these. We are now able to display these data. So what is remaining? I want to create a footer, and for that we are going also to create it as a component. So everything in React basically revolves around components, the creation of components. So I have created this as a folder, but I wanted to create it as a file. So I'm going to have this as footer with the extension of footer.js. So I'm going to create that particular component. And instead of having it as a div, remember it's good to be to have that particular flow in HTML, whereby you have a header section, you have a nav section, you have a main section, and then we also have a footer section. So I'm going to have these have a class name of footer, and for this footer I'm going to have let me have a maybe like a h1. Let's call this footer. So let's first display this footer in our website. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to import the footer from the footer, and then I'm going to display this, and let's see whether we get it. So here we have the footer down here. So let's style that. And what I want for my footer, I want to be able to know how many blogs are remaining. So here you can have that. I'm going to pass the blog still down here. I'm going to drill that property, and within my footer I am going to come here and I'm going to destructure the blogs. Now here I am going to have these, whereby I'm going to say that I want to display the blogs.length. So if we are going to have 3 blogs, we're going to it's going to display 3 blogs. Then so after displaying blogs.length, the next thing I want to have is if the blogs.length is going to be the same as 1, no. Okay, let me, instead of having that, I want to put it in a paragraph tag. Yes, so blogs.length, then display that first. Then if the blogs.length is the same as 1, what I want to display is, instead of say, if we have 1 blog, we don't need to say 1 blogs remaining, we need to say 1 blog remaining. Otherwise we want to display blogs. So then I'm going to have here remaining, and then also can have that p tag, another p tag over here, and this p tag is going to have that all rights reserved. So let's save that and let's see what change now we get. So we get we have 3 blogs. So the length of our array, we have 3 blogs remaining. So if it was if we only had 1 blog over here, it wouldn't say blog, it will say just 1 blog remaining, because we have these particular we have inputted this ternary operator, which is able to check the length, and if we only have 1 particular blog, it just outputs blog instead of outputting blogs, just to have some nice English over there. So let's style this footer, and that is we're going to do that in our index.css. So in our index.css, going to have the footer, and I want it to have a background color which is going to be similar as that of the header. So let me just copy these, and I'm going to have it down there. Then I also want it to have a padding so that it doesn't touch, to have it it isn't stuck to the further left as it is here. So we're going to add that padding. Then we can have let the text be aligned to the center. Then the font weight, so I'm going to have the font weight to be bolder. I'm going to have it as bolder. Font weight to be bolder. And then let me save that, and let me see the changes which I get. Good. So we get to have 3 blogs remaining, and we have these. Remember, we had set the application, the app, in our app.js. We had this app, the class name of app over here, and we had set it to flex, and the flex direction to be column. So what I want to do now here is have the flex grow over here. So I'm gonna uncomment these, flex grow 1 for the header, and then for the blog container, what I'm going to do now here is instead of, I want it to have a flex grow of 2 to be much more bigger, to be much more larger. And the footer, I'm also going to give these a flex grow of 1 over here. Good. So, and then yeah, that's it. So here we've used React to create something known as a single page application. Now this single page application is basically basically an application whereby we send just 1 request to the server, and once we get that particular response, React takes over the functionality of the entire web page, which includes functions such as clicking of a button, submission of a form, and all that. So this is just a simple layout which we've created using React. So we've at least been able to cover about how to create components. This is the header. This is a component on its own. The main section here, this is also another component on its own. The footer is also another component on its own. So we've been able to see how we can be able to create these different components. So what I want to do next is I want now to have different pages, whereby we are going to have a page whereby we can be able to create a blog, we can be able to edit a blog, and we're also going to have a navbar, which is going to enable us to be able to move out through all those pages. Good. And so the first thing we are going to do to be able to maneuver to the different routes in our web page, we are going to call them routes. We need to install something known as the React Router DOM. So in our npm.js website, we're just going to come here and we are going to type in the React Router DOM. So let's search for that. So you search for that and get to have this React Router DOM. And I'm going to copy these. Then in my terminal, I am going to copy paste it, and it's going to install that. So as it installs, what I want to do is I want to have my navbar over here, whereby I'm going to have a section to create a new blog. I'm also going to have a section which talks about the web page, and which links to the which maybe have a section about and also have a section whereby I can be able to edit my blog. Also, in these for this particular web page, I want to be able to access each and every blog on its own. So maybe we can have a blog description which is so large, and since it cannot be accommodated in just this small div over here, what maybe we would want to display on this front part, is just a simple wording, so that once we click on it, we can be able to go and see all the description of that particular blog. So let's do that first, and this is going to happen in the DisplayBlog item, whereby we have the blog.description over here. So what I want to do is, I'm going to create a ternary operator, and I'm going to say that if the blog.description.length, if it is less, if it is less than 25, if the length of the words are less than 25, no, not less than 25, let's have it, if the length is greater than 25, what I want to display is blog.description, and I want to slice letters starting from 0 to 25. Otherwise, if the length is less than 25, if it is not greater than 25, what I want to display is the blog.description on its own. So let's save that, and if I come over here, good, I get to have these. So that, and we've done this because maybe when you're creating a blog, the description is going to be large and it might not fit here. So we just want the user to be able to see just a small snippet of that particular description. So for this to be able to look much more better, I'm going to put that, and when I come over here, yes, we get this. So I want to have a link whereby such that I'm going to create a link whereby if I click on these, I am routed to the page which contains this particular blog. So let's go back to VS Code, and I'm going to go to my terminal and see whether you can see here the package.json, you have a modified, and if we check, we have this React router DOM. Good. So I'm going to close all these first because we do not need them, and I want to first focus. I'm going to go to my index.js. So in my index.js, I'm going to come here and I'm going to import. The first thing we import is the browser router. I'm going to import it as router. I'm also going to import something known as roots, and also the root. Then I'm going to get this from React router DOM. Then what I want to have here is that particular, start with the router. Then from the router, I am going to have the routes. Then lastly, I am going to have the route. And let me remove this first. So router, and then you have routes. Don't know what seems to be the issue. So root is going to have a path. I'm going to have it select all, and the element which is going to be responsible for this will be the app. So something like that. Good. So let's check in our terminal. It's going to compile, and we have no problem. So we need to import the browser router. We need to import something known as routes, and the route from the React router DOM. This is going to basically enable us to navigate through all the pages that we need. So let's go back to our app.js, and in my app.js, I am going to import something. I'm going to import the routes, and I'm also going to import the route, and all these I'm going to import from the React router DOM. So let's first create a page whereby we can be able to create a new blog. So in my components, I'm going to create a new file, and for this I'm going to call it new blog. I'm going to call this new blog.js. Call it as new blog.js. Then going to create it. instead of having it as main, as a div, you're going to call it as main over here. Now, when we are creating a new blog, what we need to do is we are going to need to have a form. Yeah, we're going to need to have a form, and this particular form will have an input for title, it will have an input for the description, and it will also have a button which is going to do what? Which is going to submit, that particular blog. So in here, so in my main here, I'm going to have a h2, and this h2, I'm going to call this create blog. We call it as create blog, and I'm going to give these let me have a div first. Let me first have a div, and this div, I'm going to give it a class name. This class name, I'm going to call it as AddBlog container, and within it I'm going to have this particular h2 over there, and then I am going to have a form. So this particular form, I am going to give it a class name, and this I'm going to give it as a class name of AddBlog. Give it a class name of AddBlog form, and I am going to have a label, and not any label. I'm going to call it label HTML4, and I'm also going to have an input, and the input is going to be of type of text, type text. So I'm going to have these as title, and also here title, then the placeholder, going to have it as say as title, and autocomplete would be on. So good to remember that we have the HTML4, so we have to match the ID over here, so we're going to have it as that. I'm also going to have another div over here, and it's also going to take the same, but instead of having this as an input, I'm going to have this be text area, and instead of here title, I'm going to have this be description, and also this is also going to be the same as description, and also here description, also the placeholder description too, description. All right, then after all that, I want to have a button, and this button will be of type submit, and I am going to give this a name known as submit. Good. So this is basically going to be what is going to be a route within our web page, and once we route to this particular route within our web page, yes, we can be able to create our new form. So let's work on that. And in my app.js, I am going to have routes over here. Need to start with that, and we are going to start with going to give this a route path of home, and the element which is going to be responsible for this is going to be this DisplayBlog main. And remember, we had passed in the blogs and given it as blogs over here. So close that, and also we close these, so we do not need to have these over here. Okay. Then I am going to import the new blog, and you're also going to have it have a root path, and for this is going to be slash, let me have it as slash what, slash blog. Yes, let me have it as slash blog, and the element is going to be the new blog, like that, new blog. So let's go back to our home page. So here we have localhost 3000. If we put slash blog over here, not slash blog 6 but just slash blog, we are going to be routed to this page which we have created, right? We have the create blog whereby you have the title, we have the description. So let's first style this page, and we're going to go to our index.css. So now we are able to see how we are able now to we are able to move from that particular single page application, and we're able now to even have to create new pages whereby we are able to have we're able to do new things with the application. For example, if I remove the slash blog and go back to the localhost, we do not have the about, so just localhost 3000, we move back to our home over here. But if I input here slash blog, then we get to move to this create blog that we have over here, and we are going to have a nav section which is going to enable us, just once we click on it, we can be taken to this particular route within the web page. So let's style this first, and in my index.css, I have that particular let me start with instead of having it there, I'm gonna come here, up here, whereby we have the search form, the DisplayBlog container. So before all that, I'm going to have my AddBlog container, and these first I'm going to do is give it a padding of 0.6 rem. And if I give it a padding of 0, yes, so it is not now, it is not touching our margin left, right? It's not, yes. So, and then the next thing that I want to do here is going to have it have a different background color. I'm going to have it a background color of maybe light gray, and I'm going to have this have a margin bottom of something like let's give it 1 rem. Yeah, 1 rem. Then .addBlog container h2, what I want to do is I want it to have a font size of something like 1.5 rem. Then the color will be blue. Can have it have a color of blue, and can have it have a margin bottom, just to have that separation from the form. Margin bottom, the margin bottom here is going to be something like 0.5 rem. And then we have that AddBlog form. Now we have the AddBlog form class which we had set to our form, and this is going to have, let it have a box shadow. I'm going to have it as 0 pixels, 5 pixels, 5 pixels, black. Can have a background color of white. Background color, let's give it white, and padding of 1 rem. So let's see what we have created over here. Good. So now what I want to do here is I want to style the title. I want the title to be up here, and then the input for it, the description to be up here, and the input for it too. So let's do that. And let's start with the we have the divs. So AddBlog form div. And so what I will do here is if the display will be grid, and can have them have a margin bottom. Remember, these divs are the one which contain our input and our labels. So let's have them have a margin bottom each of 1 rem. And so if we do that, good, we are able to get that. Now let's remove the border, and also let's remove remove the border for these, the outline for these, and also add padding for the text area as well as this input over here. And also we are going to style this submit button. So as we can also see here, it's good for me to mention these. We are still within our application, and our footer still, since the footer is not contained in these particular routes, it is independent of it. We are still able to see that we still have 3 blogs which are remaining within our application. Good. So let me go back to my index.css, and we are going to start by let me style the add blog form input. I'm also going to style it the same as .addBlog form, which is going to be text area. Now the text area, they're going to have the same. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to remove the outline none. Then we're also going to have a border of none. I'm also going to have a padding, and the padding I'm going to give it something like 0.8 rem, padding of 0.8 rem. And then we can also have a font size. Let them have a font size of 1 rem. And so once we do that, we get that. So what I now need to change is the background color for these. And the background color, instead of it being white, I think we had set the background color to white. So we can set the background color for this particular one to be dark gray. So let's see what we get over here. Good. So we are able to get that. So let's style this button. Going to put a cursor pointer. We're going to remove a cursor pointer also. Let's have a submit, and also let's have a cancel over here. So let's do my new blog. Maybe someone might not want to create a new button, right? And might want to go back. So I'm gonna have this button type. It's going to be type of button instead of submit, and I'm going to have it say cancel. So if I save that in my new blog, I have 2 buttons over here. I feel like I should put them in a div so that I can be able to style them much more better. Okay. So I'm also going to give this a class. Let me give this a class name of form buttons. Let's have them have such a class over there. Good. So .form buttons, can have them have a display of flex. If we do not set the justify content, I know it will be set to flex start, and I can have them have a gap of something like 0.5 rem. Justify content. Let me remove this first. Display of flex. Okay. Justify content flex start. So you have a submit, and then you have a cancel over here. Justify content space, we have maybe something like space between space between. It doesn't seem to work. Okay, let's go with flex start then. Flex start, and that's fine, that's okay. So Now let's style these buttons, and these buttons, instead of styling them independently, what I can do here up here is I can add to these. So dot form buttons button. So once I do that, we have that particular style added to them, and also dot form buttons button. Once we hover them, we are going to have that effect of green. Oh, forgotten to add that pseudo class, so we add that. So once we hover them, we are able to get that effect. Good. So let's what I want to do, if I cancel over here, I want to be taken back to my home page, and we are going to create this functionality. So for now, let's go back to our home page. Sorry, it's supposed to be localhost 3000. Good. So let's create a nav within our header, which is going to enable us to link to all those portions or those parts. So here I'm going to go back to my header.js, and in my header.js, I am going to import something first known as link. Import a link. Import link from React Router DOM. Then just before my form, I am going to have a nav over here, and this nav, I'm going to give it a class name of nav, and in here I am going to have the link. Now this is going to link to, let's first have a link to the home. I'm going to copy these. I'm also going to link to blog, whereby we are able to create our new blog, and the inner text is going to be create blog here. And then finally, I am going to, let's have maybe something like an about. So which is going to link to our about. So let's see what we get in our header. So we get these. So let's style these nav, which we have over here. And for that nav, so if we click here, create blog, we can see down here that we get /blog. If we move our cursor to home, we get the localhost 3000, and we move to about, we get our about. So we are able to use the React Router DOM, the properties of that is the router, the routes, as well as the route path, to be able to route to a specific path within our web page. So let's style this particular nav application that we have. So after, just before the search input, or the search form in the header, let's style our nav. So given it a class of .nav, and this nav, it has the links, and the links in React Router DOM has provided that particular property of link. But if we check within our HTML, we're going to get something like ahref, which is basically a link. So let's color them as white first of all. Color white. Then their font size, I want them to have a font size of something like 1.2 rem. Then let's remove the underlining property, which is under text decoration. Going to have them as none, and let's have them have a transition to, such that once we hover there is a certain effect. So it's going to be all 3 seconds is in out. So .nav a, something is supposed to happen once we hover over these links, and what I want to do is I want the font weight for each and every one of them to be bolder, and I can also have that text decoration. Now text decoration of underline if I hover. So let's see what we have. Good. And one more thing for that is I need to, so .nav, I want to have a display of flex, and I also want to have a gap because I've seen that those links have not yet been spaced. They have not yet been spaced well, so maybe a gap of 1 rem. So once we do that, we get that. So if we hover on every link, we now get the font weight being bolder, and we get that text decoration. Yes, and you're able to link. So if we click here, the create blog, we are taken to this page whereby we are able to create the blog which we want. We're able to move to a home section. So let's create the about. So if we move to the about, we get nothing here being displayed. So let's create that about section. So about.js, and just to be semantically correct, let's have this as main, and for this main we're going to have something like h2, and this is going to be about. Maybe we can have maybe a description whereby you're going to say that this is a simple blog app created using React. So once we do that, we've not yet imported that to application.js, so let's do that over here. So let's import the about section, and let's set the path, root path to /about, and the element is going to be the same as going to be the same as about, and I'm going to close this over here. Good. So if we do that, we get that about. This is a simple blog app created using React. Now let's assume, not assume, we can try these. Maybe we do not have a page such, maybe let's try and get a page known as contact. Now we do not have any path which has been created as contact, and maybe a user might find themselves on this page, or they might just enter here like something like contact. We need to have something which handles what happens when a page is not found. And so in our components, we are going to create that particular, let's create that that component. We are going to call this component NotFound.js. So create it over here, and going to have this same main, and going to have a h2, and going to have it here be page not found. Then I'm also going to import a link, the link which we had imported. So import link from React router DOM. Then in here I'm going to have the link. I'm going to set this to be a link, and this link will link to the home page. And here I can just have the link say that click here to go back to home page. So let's import this into our app, in our app.js. So import not new blog. Let's have these import not found, and that is what we are going to input here. So root path, this is going to be the same as capture all, and the element here is going to be the same as not found And so once we do that and we go back to our page here, since we do not have that contact, we're able to get this page here, and we get this link, or the user gets this link whereby they can click to go back to the home page. It doesn't look pretty, but this is just to show you that it is essential to create something, a component which captures all, such that if a particular path doesn't exist within the web page, they can be rerouted back to the home page. So if we click here, we're able to go back to our home page. All right, good. So we have been able to create a route to create a path for creating the blog. We are able to access our home. We are able to have an about section whereby you can input much more than I have created over here. So let's go back to our home. Now, what we want to do now, we want to be able to access each and every blog on its own. And we want to make these, we can make the header here as a link, such that once we click on this on the title of this particular blog, we are taken to a route whereby it contains all the necessary information of this blog. So let's do that first right now. So I'm going to first close all these. I'll close all these. The new blog and that one, the not found, I don't need. So I'm going to go to my DisplayBlog item. Yes. And here I am going to first import the link. Import link. This is going to be from React Router DOM. Good. So for this title, I am going to put it under a link. Okay. So I'm going to have this link. I'm gonna copy this, and the link will be to the blog, and specifically let me put the template literals over here, blog, and specifically to our particular blog dot the ID property. Okay, so I hope that has been understood. So we get this link. So if we hover on this link, we get the localhost / blog / the ID of that particular blog. This is blog, and its ID is number 2. This is going to be blog ID 3. This is blog ID number 1. So let's create that route path in our app.js. Okay, and let's first create that component. In this component, we are going to call it the we can call it as a blog page. Yes, let's have it as blog page.js. So let's create this blog page.js. I'm going to remove these. I'm going to have this say main, and what I want to do now is I want to display I'm going to display the information of that particular blog. Okay, so let me first have this say as let me have this h3. I'm going to say display a blog. Okay, and then let's move to our app.js, and let's import that. So up here I'm going to import the blog page, and down here yes, down here I'm going to have the root path, and the root path for this is going to be blog, and I am going to have that particular ID which you are going to get using use params. You're going to get there for that use params, and going to have that blog page over there like that. So if we come back here to our home page and we click here, we get to have that display blog which we had created here. Okay, no, not there, but in our blog page, this display blog over here. So what we want to do now, since now we are in our blog, and particularly our first blog, what we want to do is display its information. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this. This list over here, and I am going to copy paste it here. Wonderful. I'm gonna copy paste it over here, and I am going to first save these. I'm going to save these, and I know I am going to get a lot of errors because link has not been defined. So let's import link from React Router DOM. I have also not defined the FA trash alt, and these we get this from our React icons in the folder FA. Now we get that the blog is not defined, and this is because we have not yet passed, or we've not yet got that particular blog that we need. So let's first work on these, and let's see how we can be able to, because we have a whole array here, and we want to target that particular blog, that #1 blog here. So let's see how we can be able to go about this. So in our blog page, what I want to do first is I want to pass on the blogs in my app.js as blogs over here. Okay, so I'm gonna pass that along. Then in my blog page, from React Router DOM, I am going to import something known as useParams. Okay, I'm gonna import that. Then in here, I'm going to destructure the blogs that I get. So the first thing I want to do is I want to get the ID property, and the ID property I'm going to get it using useParams. So let me console.log the ID, and I am going to enter into my DevTools using Ctrl+Shift+I if you're using Windows. And if I move to my console over here, I get that you provided a checked property, yeah, and we are going also to change that also too. So let me reload this first. And above here, we can see that we are getting a blog with the ID 1. Okay, and this is, we're going to destructure these like that. So I'm gonna clear this first, and I'm going to reload. And what we get up here is we get ID 1. Okay, good. So, and that ID 1 is this ID 1. So what we want now to do is we want to find that particular blog. So what I'm going to do here is const, I'm gonna call this blog to display. This is going to be the same as, remember, we are getting our entire array of blogs. So blogs, what we want to do is we want to find the blog, and what we want to do is we want to get our particular blog. So I want if we check here, we can see that the blog is of, this is going to be this type of string over here. So and in my app.js, in the object, if I check what type this ID is, this is going to be type of number. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to convert, I want the IDs to be converted to type of number, and I'm going to use parseInt. So blog.id, I'm going to check is if the blog.id matches, if it matches our ID. So let's console.log the blog to display, and let's see if you are getting that particular blog. Remember, so I'm going to save that. I'm going to go back to my application.js. Let's first check. The first blog is exploring the wonders of AI. So that is what we are supposed to get in our console, and let's see if we get that. So I'm going to refresh these, and if we move up here, we get this, exploring the wonders of AI. So we get the blog which we want to display. All right, good. So that is how we are able to display each and every blog on its own. So now what I want to do here, maybe we assume that a blog does not exist. So what we want to do here is we want to set some sort of error handling, whereby the blog doesn't exist. So let me first I am going to copy all these first, and I'm gonna cut it, and in here I'm going to have this say if we have our blog, what I want to do now is display it. Okay, so instead of having here blog to display, it's going blog, it's supposed to be blog dot to display dot checked. Also here this is going to read as blog to display. The ID is also going to be the same as blog to display. Then our blog description, we are going to remove these now because we want to display the entire blog description. So we're going to remove that, and it's going to be the same as blog to display. Then also the timestamp is also going to be the same as blog to display. Okay, so we get that first. So if there is a blog to display, then we display it. Okay, also if we do not have a blog, okay, if there is no blog to display, so I'm going to put that false value. If we have no blog to display, sorry for that, what I want to have here is I'm going to have a you have a h2, which is going to say let me put this under that. I'm going to say here a h2 in my h2. I'm gonna say here that the blog not found. Then I'm also going to have a link. This link is going to link back to my home page. I'm gonna say here click to go back to home page. And I have done that intentionally. Good. So once we do that, so since we have a blog to display, we are able now to display the blog here. We get it over here. And I'm going to remove this because now we are displaying the entire description. We don't need to display that. The entire description. Now we only have 3 blogs. So if here I come and input blog number 4, I expect to get this, that the blog has not been found, and I get a link here to go back to my home page. So if I click here, I go back to my home page. Let's do this for blog number 2. So if I click there, I get just blog number 2 only. Okay, and since it exists, we are able to get it. Now within this blog, I also want to create a button whereby I can be able to edit this particular blog on its own. So just before, or we can just create this. Let me create it up here. So here I'm going to have a button, and no, let's not have it as a button. It's supposed to be a link. I'm going to have it as a link, and link, and this is going to be linked to edit our particular blog. It has an ID, so I need to put template literals. So it's going to be the same as edit. So blog to display dot the ID, and here I can have this as edit. I'm also going to give this a class name of edit button. So I'm going to go back to my index.css, and I want to style that, and where I have my buttons, that is I also want to put these. So this is going to be .edit button. Let's see whether it works over here. So I get this edit over here. I think you can just say text decoration none. Let me remove that for the sake of these. So yes, we remove that, and edit button dot edit button slash hover. Let's see whether we get this. So if I hover over these, I get edit, and I don't know whether I had set a color for these buttons. Color, let me define the color to be black, color black, right? Color black. So such that if I hover over it, and we can see down here, we get that we want to edit the blog number 2. Okay, so what we want to do now is create a page whereby we are able to edit these. So let's create a page whereby we are able to edit this particular blog. Maybe we want to change maybe we've created this blog and we want to change these blog, so we need to create that too. So components, as you can see in React, a lot of things are heavily dependent on components. So we're going to create this new file, and I'm gonna say this is supposed to be editblog.js. Good, so I'm gonna create that, and in here, for semantic purposes, I'm going to have this as main, and let me have a h3 over here, which is going to say editBlog. Let's first import this to our app.js and see whether we are able to display that. So I'm going to import EditBlog. Let me close these, and I am going to move down here, and in here I'm going to have a root path, and this root path is going to be a root path for edit a certain blog. Then here we are going to have the element, and that particular element will be EditBlog, and I am going to close these two. Remember, I also want to pass down the blogs because we need to find that particular blog with that particular ID. So I am going to save that and let it compile. If we come here and now we click edit, we get to have that particular edit blog which we have created. And so what we want to do now in our edit blog, we need to have a form similar to the create blog. So instead here it's going to say edit blog, and it's going to display our title, and it's going to display the description. Okay, and I have seen here that I have not yet styled this title and description. Let me instantly do that. I'd forgotten about them. So add blog input as well as text area. So let me also style dot add blog form label, to be label, and what I want to do here is the font weight. I can have this font weight to be bolder. Let's see what I get over here. Yes, font weight bolder. So let me go back to my home, go to one blog, click on edit, and we get these. So let's go back to our blog page, into our edit blog. Edit blog, I don't need these, I don't need that. So remember, we are passing all the blogs down, okay? And what we want to do now, we want to first find the ID. And similar to what we did in the blog page, what we're going to do here is that we're going to import use params. And we're going to get this from React Router DOM. So this is going to be the same as use params. And so we get that over here. So let's console.log, see whether we get the ID. Okay, see whether we get the ID. So I'm going to enter into my DevTools again, and to make console, I want to, I think in my blog page I had this console log, so I'm going to remove these. I don't want that to be shown, to be shown in the console. So let me refresh this page, and if I refresh, I'm supposed to get the ID one in EditBlog. So I am able to get my particular, I'm able to get the ID which I need. So next, what I want to do is I want to get the blog to display. So in this blog to display, I'm going to get it similarly. So I'm going to find it. I'm going to find it. And this is going to be the same as, remember, convert the string ID to a number. And I want to check whether it is also going to be equivalent to that. And so this is going to return to us our particular blog. So console.log, I already had a console.log down here. Blog to display. So if I do that, don't know why I have opened these, I don't need these. I get that particular blog number 1. So now what I want to do is that I need to display the title and description to the form which I'm going to create. But we are going to create that later. So for now, we have created these simple blog. So what I want to do now is I need to first now set a few functionalities. So functionality number 1 will be create a new blog. Okay, create a blog such that once we come here to our blog, we're able to have a title, able to add a description, and when we submit, we are able to create a blog. Okay, and so that is the first thing that we are going to do. So we are going to add functionality, and then the last thing that we're going to do now is going to be about editing the blog. Okay, so let's start. Okay, so we're going to move to our app.js, and in the app.js I am going to start by creating a function. I'm gonna call this handle add blog for semantic purposes, such that one can understand that what you're doing here is that we are creating a new blog. So we need to set some few states. So in state number 1, we want to create a new, let's have a state to create a new title. So set new title. Going to set these as useState. It's going to be like that, as so. Then we're also going to create another state for the description. Going to create another state for the description. Call this set new description. Set new description. And here we're going to have these as useState search. Good. So I need to pass these states to the new blog page, whereby we are creating a new blog. So the new title, then inside the new description, I'm going to say it's going to be the same as the new description. Then the new title is going to be the same as new title. Then we can also have set new description. It's going to be the same as set new description. I am going to have an Alt Z here so that I can be able to wrap what I'm creating. Set new title, which is also going to be the same as set new title over there. Then I'm also going to pass on the handle add blog. So this is also going to be the same as handle add blog over there. And yes, so let me first let me save these, and let me have my new blog being displayed over here. And within this new blog, let's destructure what we are passing. We are passing a new title, set new title, new description, set new description, set new description, and we're also setting a handle add blog over there. So we have this form, and on submit of this what I want to do is call the handle add blog function. Then for the input, I need to set the value input text, whereby we are putting our title. So this is going to be the same as new title, and then we are going to create an onChange property. So going to input our event target over there, and what I want to do over there is set new title to e.target.value. This is also going to be the same for the text area, and for the text area I'm going to have a value, and this value is going to be the same as new description, and going to have the onChange property, going to have that event target over there, and we are going to set the new description to be the same as e.target.value. So let's save that. Wonderful. So the first thing we want to do, since we are setting our handle add blog to our form, we need to prevent the default submission behavior of that form. So e.prevent default, I'm going to call that. Then the next thing we want to set, we want to do something. We want to do error handling such that if we are not going to have a new description or we are not going to have a new title, what I want to do is when someone submits, we want to return nothing. We don't want to return anything. Okay? We don't want to return anything. Then let's create the new blog item. So the new blog item, these will be the same as, remember we have a title, and the title within our blog, this will be the same as that new title. Then the description, this will be the same as our particular new description. Then the checked element, this will be false. Okay, and then I will need to get a timestamp, whereby we want to get a timestamp when that particular blog has been created, and also when it has been edited. So what I'm going to do is create a function, and not just any function. I'm going to create it as a hook. So in React we have something known as we have something known as hooks. Sorry, we have something known as hooks. So under my source, I'm going to create a new folder. I'll call this folder hooks. And in this hooks folder, I'm going to create a folder, and I'm going to call this use. And remember, when creating hooks in React, we usually start with the word use. So I'm going to call this use timestamp.js. And here I am going to create that particular hook. So here I am going to import useState and useEffect. And as we can see that in React, what you're doing mostly is components as well as states. So I'm going to get these from React. And in here, I am going to set a state for the timestamp. So timestamp and get timestamp. No, not timestamp, and set timestamp. This is going to be the same as useState empty string. Then what I want to do here is I'm going to have an useEffect, and for within this useEffect, I am going to create a function. I'm going to call this handle timestamp, and what I'm gonna do now is I am going to set the what I want to do, let's first get the current date. And the current date, this is going to be the same. Remember, using the date object in JavaScript, new date, and I'm going to get these to isostring. So the to isostring format is what we get. Let me go back to the home. Is this format that we're getting over here. So it's the isostring format. So once I get the current date, what I want now to do, once I get that format, I want to set the timestamp to the current date. Okay. Then outside of this function, I am going to call this function first and get that timestamp, and then I want this timestamp to be called each and every second, because if we just call this if we just get the timestamp, only get the timestamp being constant, but I want it to be ever evolving. Okay, I want it to be ever evolving, ever changing. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to set timestamp interval, and what I'm going to do here is get set interval, and for this set interval I am going to call my handle timestamp, and it is going to be called every second. And after it has been called, now what I want to do here is I want to clear that clear interval. I want to clear this set timestamp interval. I want to clear, and I want to clear it once it has been called. So here I'm going to put an empty array as my dependency, and in here I want to return now the timestamp. So let's save this and let's see whether this is going to work. So just down here I am going to import use timestamp, and then I'm going to call here, I'm gonna say get timestamp is going to be the same as use timestamp, and I'm going to call it because it is a function. And let me see whether it works. Console.log get timestamp. So if I save that and I'm gonna clear this, line 46 E is not defined. Oh sorry, this is because I have not defined that. So save that. So we get to see that our timestamp is being called every second, and it changes. Okay, so this is changing, and this is working well. So let me see if I remove these. I don't know what's supposed to happen, but I know I might sort of get an error. Yes, so I need to call these once. So let's clear these, then let's refresh these. It's being called each and every second, so we were correct on the first one. Okay, good. So in my app.js I've gotten that timestamp. So, and I need to set the timestamp. Remember, for every blog has an ID, we have a title, we have a description, we have a timestamp. And I think I have remained to create another one thing. So the timestamp is going to be the same as get timestamp. So what I have now not set is the ID, and that is what I need to do. So in here I'm going to set an ID, and how do we get this ID? So this ID, we need to see that, we need to say that, let's see, blogs.length -1. Let's see whether we get the ID property. If we put here .id. So what we're doing is we get the length of the blogs array, and then we get the last blog, and then we search for its ID property. So, and if it exists, what we want to do is add one to it. Okay, what we want to do is add one to it. So what do we do over here? So the ID property here, so what we're going to do here is we're going to ask ourselves if we have blogs.length, if we have the length or the blogs exist, what we want to do is get that particular blog, the last blog, we check its ID property, we add one towards it, and if it doesn't exist, if there are no blogs, basically what we want to do is if we are creating blogs from scratch, we want to set the ID property to 1. So let's first console.log ID. So what I expect to get is I expect to get ID number 4, because we already have 3 of them. So let's clear that. So if I come here, create blog, and I submit these even without okay, we're going to get an error. So let's just input something here. and then we submit these, we get 4, and this is ID type of number. Okay, good. So this works. So let's go back to our home page. So that works. So our ID, then we get to call our ID, and I need to put a comma here because we are using an object. So we have now been able to get our new blog item, whereby we've gotten the ID, and if there are no blogs, then it is set to 1. Then we get a title, which is set to the new title which we've inputted. We get the new description. We've set a check to be false, and the timestamp which we've already created as a hook over here. So now we are covering now some of the little bit complicated procedures in React. So let's continue. So we've created our new item. So what we now need to do is we now need to get the new blog items, all of them. So the new blog items now will be the same as we're going to open up the blogs using the spread operator, and now we add this new blog item. So, and then over here what we do is we set the blogs to these new blog items. And then what we need to do is we need to clear the description input text area to an empty string. Then we also set the set new title input form. We need to set it to an empty string. And then one more thing. Here I'm going to import something known as useNavigate, and this is going to enable us to reroute back to any route path that we might want. So here in create blog, we are in this path known as blog. What we want to do is, once we've had our title and our description and they exist and they're okay, and we click on submit, what we want to do is to be navigated back to our home page, whereby we are able to see now the added blog. So here I'm going to say const navigate is going to be the same as use navigate, and once I do that, what I want to do here is I want to navigate back to the home page, something like that. So I'm going to save these, and these should work perfectly. So I'm getting here that React is not used, so I can just remove these. Okay, then EditBlog. So we are going to work on EditBlog. So use effect. This is in App.js. We are going to use this shortly. So let's save that. And so that is going to be the function which we've created for adding a new blog. So let's clear these and let's refresh our web page. So we are in our home. Let's go to the create blog and let's have a title here. New blog created. Let's have the description as testing whether blog has been created. Once we submit these, good, we are rerouted back to our home page, and if we come here, we get our new blog which has been created, and we can access it. Remember, this is a link, so once we click on this, we get the new blog which has been created, testing whether the blog has been created. Good, so we get that. Now let's move back to our home. If we reload this, remember we are working with static data, this is going to disappear, but at least now we know if we are able to call data from an API or from our local storage, that we are able to create new data and it can be stored, and we are going to do that. So the next thing I want to do is first I said that we are going to start with the basic principles, and what you're doing first of all is we are working with static data. So let's first work with that static data. The next thing that I want to do is delete. Let's have a function which is going to delete a particular blog and see whether it works. So back to VS Code in my app.js, let's create that function. So I'm going to call this const, create a function for it. Only I can type const handle delete, and when deleting we definitely need an ID property. Okay, and so So for these handle delete, I need to call these in my DisplayBlog main here. So handle delete over there, which is going to be the same also as handle delete. So I'm also going to copy these because it is not only being displayed in the main, but it is also being displayed in the blog page, in our particular blog page. So I'm also going to copy it down there. So let's go to our components and let's drill these properties down. So let's start with the DisplayBlog main here. So in our DisplayBlog main, we move on. Let's go to our DisplayBlog main. In our blogs here, we have a handle delete function, and here we're going to call this handle delete the same as handle delete also. Save that. Then we move to our DisplayBlog list, and for these we are going to have our handle delete, and we get the handle delete, and we are going to call these two as handle delete. Then we move on to DisplayBlog get handle delete, and for this handle delete now function, we are going to call this. Remember, we had a button which is supposed to give us that functionality. So on click of this button, what I want to do is call that handle delete function, and I want to pass in that the ID. So this is going to be the same as blog.id. I'm going to pass that ID property over there. Then so let's get out of these. Then let's go to the blog page whereby we had the blogs. Remember, we have also passed down the handle delete, and we have this particular button. Where is the button? Here. And what we want to do is on click. After on click, we want to call that handle delete function, and for this is going to be the same as blog to display. We get the particular ID that we need. So let's work on this function. So we are going to say new blog items. The new blog items will be the same as we get all the blogs, and we are going to filter through them. And we are going to say that, remember, filter is going to return a new array. So what we're going to get here, I want the blog.id, which I want the blogs which do not match that particular ID. And then what I want to do is set the blogs to these new blog items, and I simply just want to navigate back to my home page. So once I save that, it's going to be very simple. This is going to delete that particular particular blog which you've created. So as you see here, we are working with static data. Remember, it is not changing because we are calling it directly. It is not changing, but we are going to work on local storage, and also we are going to use Axios to call data using API, or mimic how we can call data. So let's see if our function works. Let's start with creating a blog. So new blog created, description, I want to delete this blog. So submit. Let's submit this. It is created, and we can see this. We can be able to access it. If I click on this, then this blog will be, yes, it is deleted. As you can see, it is deleted. I can also in my page, I can also delete this, and it is deleted. So we are able to see that we are able to delete blogs. Lastly, what I would want to work on another function is search. It's the search function. So, and for this, I'm gonna need to have a state. So const here, I'm going to have search value. I'm gonna set the search value, and for these, I'm going to have the useState be an empty array. Then const search result, then set search result. This is going to be the same as useState, and I want this to be an empty array. So don't worry about all these. I'm going to show what it means, but we can see that we have this, and this search value is what we are going to pass to our input over here. So we need to set the values, and also you need to set the onChange property. So let's do that. And down here too, I'm going to create I'm not going to create a function, but I'm going to use useEffect, because I want the values to change depending on what is being typed, and that can only happen by using the useEffect, which, as we can see here, we are getting that it is defined, but it has not been used. So let me go to my header. This is going to occur in my header. So in my header, I am going to have the search value. I'm going to call this the search. The search value is going to be the same as the search value, and the set search, not result, but set search value, going to be the same as set search value. So save that, move to our header, and then we are going to destructure what we are passing. So search value, then set search value, then in the input, let's have the value. The value for this will be that particular search value. Then onChange, going to have that particular onChange property. What I want to do is set search value to e.target.value. Wonderful. Then we have the button type, which is going to be submit, and here in my form, what I need to do here is set the onSubmit. For the onSubmit, I am going to pass that event. So, and what I'm going to do here is e.prevent default. So go back to my app.js, and let's set. So what I want to do is, when I'm typing here, if I type something like explore, I want only the blog items which have this explore to be left in this particular page. And so that is what you're going to work on, and you're going to work on that by using useEffect. So just up here, I'm gonna call the useEffect function. For this useEffect function, I'm going to come here and I'm going to set a state. I'm going to set state of let me call this filtered items. And for these filtered items, what I'm going to do is going to take the blogs, and for these blogs, I'm going to map. Not map, but filter, or not map. Yeah, it's supposed to be filter because we are filtering. And what I want is, if our blog dot title, convert it to lowercase, I want to remain with the blogs which contain our search value. Search value dot to lowercase. So I hope you're getting what I'm doing here. So we are filtering, and what we want to do is get a new array whereby the blogs, whereby if our blog dot title has the search value which we want that blog to be shown, okay? Or also here we are not only going to check the title, we're also going to check the description. So blog.description to lowercase if it includes the search value dot to lowercase. Then after all that, what I want to do is I want to set the search result to filtered items, and I'm going to save these. And for these, need to set a dependency, and the dependency will be an empty array. No, it's going to be blogs as well as, sorry, search value. Yeah, we need it to change when the search value is changing. Good. So what I'm going to do now down here is, instead of the blogs being displayed as all the blogs, is going to be the search results. So what is being searched? Okay, search result. And so let's check whether this works. So here in our search, if I type in explore, I get that only the blogs which have the explore remain. We can search deep. Let's see whether we get let me search maybe a common like off. I get two arrays, and off is being contained here and also here. So we are able to filter through our blogs, and that works perfectly. I think the other one which I have not yet now tackled will be the checked, as well as checked. That will be checked, as well as editing. Okay, editing editing of our, as well as editing of our page. So let's work on those two. So we've tackled adding of a blog, we've tackled deleting of a blog, we've tackled searching of a blog. So what we want to do is to be able to remember our checked is set to false. That is why even if we click here, nothing seems to happen. So let's work on the search, the checked. So I'm going to start with this. So I'm going to call it handle check. And also for this, you're going to have the ID property. So, and this handle check will be passed down to the handle delete, the display blog, sorry, handle check, and also it is going to be passed down to that blog page, that particular blog. So I don't know where it is. Yes, the blog page. You're also passing it down. So let's start with our DisplayBlog main handle delete. Remember, we also have a handle check and handle check is also going to be the same as handle check. So save that. Move on to our DisplayBlog list. We are going to have our handle check, and call this handle check down here. And finally, to our DisplayBlog item, handle check. Sorry. So I think if we move back here, we can see that our console has been outputting an error whereby it says you provided a checked property to a form field without an on-change handler, and that is because of this type of checkbox. So I wanted to wait until now, whereby we are going to work on the handle check function. So I'm going to do now here is so checked, which is going to be the same as handle check. So on change, what I'm going to do is I want to call the handle check function, and remember we are passing the ID property. So here it's going to be blog.id. So let's close all these, don't need it. Then I can also close this. Then in my blog page, remember we are also passing down the handle check. So for this handle check, we have these and on, not on play. So I'm going to have the on change, and what I want to do down here is I want to call the handle check property with now the blog to display that particular ID. So let's go back to our app.js, and once we have these, what we want to do is get the new blog items. And what you're going to do here, you're going to get all the blogs and you're going to map through them, and the blog.id, if our blog.id matches our ID, what we want to do is we want to get that blog. So we want to get that blog and we want to destructure it. Then what we want to do is change the checked property to not what it is, Otherwise, what we want to return is the blog. Okay, and I think we can check these. So const new blog items, let's do that. I'm gonna close all that, and I do not expect to get an error anymore. So we have blog number 1. So if I click here, I am supposed to get a new array, right? Whereby now for these, the checked property, instead of being false, it's supposed to be true, and we get it here. We get that the checked property is true. Now what I'm going to do now is set, what I need to do is now set the blogs to these new blog items. Okay, and another thing, I also need to navigate back to the home page, because this checked mark doesn't exist only here, but it also exists even within these this particular page. So if I click here, I also want to be navigated back to the home page. So I hope you get that, and I hope that you understand that. So let's save that, let's reload, and already we can see that we are getting no errors. So if I click here, we get now that the property has been checked. Okay, if I get into these, we get that it has already been checked. If I go back to my home page, it is it's working. So let me get into here, let me check these. If I check it, I'm reloaded back to the home page and it has the check property. If I reload these, remember we are using static data, therefore it is not being stored, so that doesn't seem to the data doesn't persist the changes that you're making, but we are going to make those changes. So lastly, what we need to now work on is the handle edit. And so when editing, we are also going to need our particular ID. We need to know which blog we are editing, and I'm going to get it, I'm going to pass the handle edit here, handle edit, which is going to be the same as handle edit, and I'm going to save that, and I'm going to pull up my EditBlog.js. So get the handle edit. So this is a little bit complicated, but it's not going to be complex. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to import my use effect from React. Okay, then forgotten one thing, I have not yet set states. Remember, when we are editing, we are going to have a form where we are going to have the input and we are going to have the text area for the title and for the description. So what do? We are going to set states whereby we are going to have edit title, then set edit title, and we can call these to useState. Gonna call it as so. Then const edit description, set edit description. That is what I've typed. Edit description, set edit description. Yes, it's going to be the same as useState, empty. Set it to an empty string. So down here in the here I am going to pass these values. So edit description is going to be the same as edit description. Set edit description is going to be the same as set edit description. Then edit title is going to be the same as edit title, and set edit title is going to be the same as set edit title. So let's save that. move to our EditBlog.js component and let's destructure that. So edit title, set edit title, then edit description, set edit description, it's tricky writing that down. Edit title, set edit title, edit description, set edit description. So we get that now. So what I want to do now is I'm going to have a use effect, and in my use effect I'm going to say that if we have that blog to display, remember we were searching for it using the use params by getting the ID, and we got it already. So if you have a blog to display, what I want to do is I want to set edit description, or the description of that particular blog, to blog.display the description, its description. Also, what I also want to do is I want to set the title immediately to blog to display dot title, and here I'm going to give these as set edit description, set edit title, and blog to display. So this is going to make sense in such that, okay, let me have the new blog over here, and I am going to copy. I'm going to copy paste because what is here is similar. It's going to be similar. So I'm going to copy and all the way until there, and in my edit blog, I'm going to remove here, and I'm going to save. And before I save, there are certain few things that I want to change. So the value for these will be not new title, but now this will be new. It's going to be edit title, okay, and then set edit title. Then for the description, the value will be not new description but edit description, and this will be set edit description. And yes, we are going to have that. So let me save these. So handle add blog is not defined. I don't know where I have that handle add blog. Oh, right here. So on submit here, on submit, what I want to have is handle edit. Yes, I need to have the handle edit function, but I'm not gonna call it there. No, as a matter of fact, on submit here, I'm supposed to have e, and I'm gonna do here is e.prevent default, and then the handle edit. Since I need the ID, I am going to set it here. Remember, this button is going to be of type submit, so it means that it is working to submit our form. So on click, what I'm going to do here is I am going to call the handle edit blog to display the particular ID. So save that. So line 14 seems to bring an issue, and we need to check these. Warning, line number 14 in EditBlog. Const blog to display. Oh, right. So it's supposed to be blog.id. We are not using that blog. Okay, so you get that, and yeah, that error seems to be gone. So let's get into it. So from our home, we get into that particular blog which we want. Then we get into our edit, and immediately once we get into our edit, this is why we've used this use effect over here, whereby we want such that once you enter into your application directly, we want to have the title to be filled in already and the description to be filled in, and this is done by using this. So if the blog to display exists, what we want to do is set the description, set this field to that particular blog, its particular description. We also want to set this field of the title to the blog to display particular title. So if it changes, then it is also going to change. So here, instead of create blog, I hope you've understood that of why we needed that use effect over there. Instead of create blog here, it's supposed to say edit blog. Right, so let us try and edit the blog, but we've not yet finished that particular, so handle edit. So we get to have our handle edit over here, and the first thing that we are going to do is we are going to map. So new blog items is going to be the same as blogs. We're going to map, and we're going to map in that we're going to search for that blog, that particular blog. So if our blog matches our ID, that means we are going to get our blog. What we want to do is we want to destructure that blog. Going to destructure it, and we are going to set the title to be the same as edit title. Now the new title that we are going to input. Then its description will be the same as edit description. Then the timestamp will be the same as, we are going to get now the new timestamp. Remember, we said that we put our hook that such that it's being called every second. So if we edit our blog, it's going to have a new timestamp when it was created. So this is basically what we just now want to change. If it doesn't match, then what we want to do is basically get the blog. And so let's check these out. You can console log the new blog items. So let's save that, and it's going to compile. It has compiled successfully. So exploring the wonders of AI, these are original. Let's say that we want to update, and here we can also say update. So if I submit these in my console, I am going to get now exploring the wonders of artificial intelligence is updated. I don't know. We get here update. We get the new blog items. We can see now that it's updated. Also, the description here is also going to say updated, update. So now we've already done that. You're able to get that. So what I want to do now is I want to set the blogs to these new blog items that we've got, and I also want to clear the field, because I want, if we do not clear the field and then we want to edit another blog, what will be shown in our edit blog is the title and description of that previous blog item. So let's clear those fields. So set edit description. We're going to set those. We're going to set them to an empty string. And then finally, what we are going to need to do is navigate back. We're going to navigate back to our home page after completing all that, after completing the editing. Good. So let's close that. Then update. You can say updated header, and then you can say updated description. Description. So let's submit these, and once we submit, now we get updated header, and once I enter also to see the blog, I can see the updated description. So now we are able to do what? We are able to update our blogs, and you can also be able to update our blog by checking it over here. But remember, still, if we reload this page, then we are working with static data. All the progress that we've made is going to be lost, and that is what we are going to work on our next step. I have one more thing which I have not worked on, and this is the console. Maybe we wanted to edit our blog, but then we've decided we do not want to edit it. We have this console button over here. And so let's work on that console over there. So I'm going to call this handle console. and what I'm going to simply do is just navigate. If the button is clicked, what I want to do is basically simply just navigate to the home page, and this is in the EditBlog. And so here I'm going to have the handle console. I'm gonna call it handle console. So in the EditBlog, I'm going to have the handle console here. Where is it? Where is my? Oh, here I am. Here it is. So handle console, and we have this button down here, which is of type button. So what I want to do is on click, I just want to call that function handle console, and I think that that handle console is also in let me see where also it is. So if I click cancel, I'm related back to my home page. So the future of renewable energy, if I want to edit, I get that. I do not want, I can cancel that. So let's see if let's reload this, and once we reload, all the data is going to be deleted. However, let's see if the our application is working. So new title, let's call this new blog created. Description, this is a blog created which we will finally delete. Let's submit, and as you can see here, we have the blog created. We do not have any error. I think the issues that we do not have any error. It seems to be fine. It seems to be okay. So let's try and edit these. So new blog created, updating title, updating description, then let's submit. We are taken back, and we can see that we have updated these. We can be able to also update the checked property. And what's another thing that we can do with it? What's another thing? Yeah, we can also be able to search. Let's see if we can be able to get it. So blog through filtering it, and we can also be able to delete it. Wonderful. So the next step, so this is basically just how to create just a simple app whereby we are using static data. So what I want to do, the next step is we want to move a notch higher, and we are going to see how we can call this data in local storage. And in local storage, what we are going to do, first of all, let me check in my local storage. I'm going to go here in my application, and in my local storage, I can see that on what I have is just that, and I want to create something in my local storage which is going to enable me to call to input or create new data. Okay, and so these we are going to do using useEffect over here. So useEffect, and I want to call this data once. So let me put these params here first. Once I enter into the web page. So what I want to do here is local storage dot set item. I'm gonna give this name of blog list, and that blog list, what I want to do also is now get JSON.stringify. Gonna stringify the blogs. So here I am going to delete all these. I don't need these anymore. Don't need these. I also do not need it as an empty array. So what the blogs now will be, I want it to fetch data now from the local storage. And now when you are fetching data, we need to pass that data because it's being stringified. As you can see, JSON.stringify. So what you're going to do here is JSON.pass. Then we are going to go to local storage. We're going to get the item. Remember the name which we had set is blog list, right? And .get item, yeah, blog list. If it is not there, what I want to just display as the blogs is an empty array. And yeah, I think this should work perfectly. So once we save that, we are not going to get anything in our page. Here VS Code is suggesting that I am missing a dependency known as blogs. So here I'm going to put blogs as a dependency because they might change, and when they change we want to call that data again. So here we get the blog list is empty, and this is coming from let me go back to my DisplayBlog main. It should be DisplayBlog main, whereby if there are no blogs, what I want to display is that the blog list here is empty. But if we come here to our local storage, you can see that we have an empty array here known as blog list, and so we get these over here. So we get to have that. So let's see. What I want to do now is I want to be able to call to fetch this data from the local storage. Okay, and yeah. And actually, by just doing that, the application should simply work. So let's come here to create blogs, and going to go back to my notepad, and let's have the first title here, maybe Explore Wonders of AI. I'm gonna input that here. Then the description, going to have it as a deep search. Gonna paste it over there. So if I submit, this should be created. So if I submit, I get the data being displayed here, and this is because we are fetching it from the local storage. So it has an ID of 1, the title, and it should also have a checked property of false over here. So description, ID, timestamp. Then let's also create another blog and get the future of renewable energy. Then we can have it a description. Then let's submit. So if we submit, we get the future of renewable energy. However, what I want to do, instead of it being displayed as I want the most recent blog to be displayed up here. So if you remember, we had our use effect here, whereby we are filtering the items. And so what I'm going to just do here is I'm going to get these filtered items.reverse. So if I save these, I expect to see that, yes, so the feature of renewable energy, which we've just added right now, is the one which is being displayed at the top over here. Let's create also another blog just to ensure that it's working. So healthy eating habits, you can copy that. And then the description, we can have it here. And we can submit that, and we see that it has been added. As we can see, we get we had in our page we had put that limit of 25 words, such that we can be able now to enter into that particular blog, and we can be able to see everything that we need to see here. So let's see if the checked function works. Okay, so if I check these, it's supposed to be checked, and this is number 3. So the checked is true. If I reload, the checked should still remain. This is the advantage of working with a place where we are storing our data. However, we can be able to change our data as we want. Okay, let's see if we can be able to, let's create, as a matter of fact, let's create a new blog. So let's call these new blog created. This is a blog created to test, not to test, if local storage fetching works. So if I submit these, I expect it to have an ID of number 4 and the description with the timestamp, and it is displayed up here. So let's play around with these and see whether it works. So if we click over there and we reload the web page, this should come as this should update itself. We get into here, whereby let's edit this new blog created. updating update, then here you can say update, it works. Let's submit these, and then we get the new blog created update. These we get what we've updated for the description update, it works, and also we get a new timestamp. So the last thing remaining is to delete. Let's see if we delete, whether it's going to be deleted in our local storage. So if I click there, you can see that it's being deleted from our local storage. So these are the next level of dealing with how to store data, especially when using React. So the next now step that I want us to do, and this will be now maybe a little bit now, this now will mimic, will help you mimic what the real world application of how, will help us mimic how real data is basically fetched. So when you're working with data most of the time, or when we're working with an application as a front end, the work will be mainly to be able to fetch data from a server. Okay. Now, we are going to mimic the behavior of fetching as well as updating data, or the CRUD operations, that is create, read, update, as well as delete data. And we are going to do this using JSON Server. And so I'm going to take you step by step on how to go about this. So I think before we move on to that, we had forgotten to check the last thing, which will be the search. So if I search here healthy eating habits, I'm supposed to get that healthy eating habits, maybe explore, I only get that. Good. So let's mimic how to fetch data. And for this, in my blog app, I am going to create a new folder. Call it data, and then create a new file. We're going to call this db database.json. I'm going to close all these because we don't need this. And what I'm going to do, I had created some JSON data in my notepad. So this is the JSON data that I had, whereby everything is stringified. And I'm going to copy that, and I'm gonna copy these. So I remove these. We do not need a lot of these. You can just have 4 of them, not all of them. And so I have JSON stringified data, such like that. The next thing I'm going to do is, remember in the terminal whereby we are using to install whatever it is we need to install, I'm going to go back into my npm website, and I want to install a package which comprises of the JSON server. So JSON server basically enables us to mimic the data that we need. So, or enables us to perform CRUD operations, and that is what, and we are going to see that. So I'm going to install this JSON server. I'm going to copy paste that, and it should be copy pasted already. And what I'm going to do is, I need to save this. I don't want it to be saved as a dependency, but I want it to be saved as a dev dependency. There is a difference. And you're going to see that here in the package.json, whereby you have dependencies, and we can see down here we have dev dependencies. For example, I had this dev dependency. We don't need the JSON server. Once we launch maybe this application and send the code to GitHub, we don't want the JSON server to be really involved in all of that. We just want to use the JSON server in testing whether we can be able to update our data or not. So as the JSON server is installed, let's go back to our application.js. And for what we're about to do, we're going to call data, or fetch data, and perform all the CRUD operations. First of all, using Axios. No, we are going to use fetch, the normal method. I'm going to show you 2 methods. Using fetch in a normal way, whereby we input the fetch, and then we input the options object, whereby you talk about the headers, the methods, and not the headers, yeah, supposed to be the method, the headers, as well as the body. And then we are going to use Axios so that you can be able to do what? You can be able to know how to fetch data using all methods in React, basically. So here our JSON server has been installed. So if I come here, I am going to see that JSON server has been installed as a dev dependency. So I'm going to still go back to my application.js. So in my terminal, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to type JSON server. I am going to open it on port 3500, and then I'm going to set watch, and I want the data in the data folder db.json file to be watched. Okay, so you type this in npx JSON server to be opened at port 3500, and we watch our data. So, and now we get this endpoint. So let's follow the link. Let's follow it. It should open, and good. So now this is sort of our server, and this data is this same data which we have here in our db.json. So you can see ID1. You're able to get it here, exploring the wonders of AI. It is basically this data. So we are going to perform operations whereby we are going to fetch this data, and we are going to show it here within our web page. So let's do that quickly. And you are going to mimic fetching data. So this is basically how people fetch data. So the first thing, we are going to set our blogs to an empty array. And I'm going to delete all these first. I'm going to set the blogs to an empty array. And once I do that, and I go back to my application, and I reload these, good, I get that my blog list is empty. Here, I'm not working with the local storage anymore. I'm going to need to work with my console. So here in useEffect, now I need to remove that because I'm not working with the local storage anymore. We need to set an API URL. We're going to set a URL over here. So whereby we are going to set to fetch our data. So API underscore URL, going to set it to this link which we have over here. I can copy, don't know if I can copy, just gonna copy it. I have it now over there. Going to have it over there. So I'm going to come here. I'm going to say const fetch data. useEffect, you cannot use async. So that is why we are going to have another function inside useEffect whereby we can be able to use the async function. Async await. So async, and inside here I am going to have a try catch block. Something seems to be the issue. All right. Forgotten to have that. Then going to have a try catch block, the error, whereby it's going to catch the error, and then we are going to have a finally down here. So let's start. Const response, we are going to await fetch. Going to await fetch, and we are waiting fetch API URL. Then here, what happens if we get an error? What happens if our response is not okay? If our response is not okay, what I want to do is I want to throw an error which is going to say that couldn't, have it as that, couldn't fetch the required resources. However, if there is no error, then let's set our response data. This is going to be the same as await response. Convert that data into JSON. Then what you're going to do is we are going to set our blogs to the response data which we get. Okay, and here I'm going to need to have a few states, whereby we're going to have a state for fetching the error. Then so set fetch error is going to be the same as useState null, and then we're also going to have a loading state whereby we are going to have is loading, and then you can also set a set is loading state, and this is going to be the same as useState. We want, when our data is being fetched, we want the loading state to be true, and then after the data has already been fetched, we want to set the loading to false. So if there is an error, what we want to do is set the fetch error to error.message, and that error.message is what we have over here. Then what we want to finally do here is we want to set our is loading back to false. Remember, our is loading, we are going to set it to true initially. Then what we are going to do here is we are going to call the fetch data. However, I want us to be aware that when you are calling data, sometimes it might take like a few seconds before that data is displayed. So let us mimic that and set a timeout here, whereby we mimic that the data will be called after every 3 seconds. Okay, even though that is so long, but let's just mimic that. So set timeout, something like that, and let's save that. So once we save that, we're already performing the first CRUD operation, which is normally get. So the first operation, which is read. So we have the initial CRUD, we have the read, which is get. So what you're doing is getting our data. So let's refresh these. 1, 2, we get 3 seconds, and then our data is displayed. So we are calling this data from here, and you can see the last blog, which is Red Dead Redemption, I love playing games, is what is being displayed over here. Good. So then what I want to do here is let me go back to my components in my DisplayBlog main. What if we have an error? What if we have an error? What are we supposed to do? What do we do? And what if the data is loading? What happens when the data is loading? What do we do? So let's what we're going to do is in the DisplayBlog main, if I can get it here, let's prop down the state's fetch error, which is going to be the same as fetch error, and our is loading property is loading. What's happening? Is loading to be is loading also. Save that. Go to our DisplayBlog main. Then let's have them also. Let's also do what we do. What we destructure. So the fetch error and also is loading property. So here we already have that. If we have our blogs.length, we want to display the list. Now let's first get our is loading. Okay, or we can start with the fetch error. Okay, let's start with the fetch error. So if our fetch error, if it is not equal to null, not if it is equal to null. So if we've set our fetch error to null, but if our fetch error is not equal to null, what I want to do here is I want to get a h2. Okay, and something seems to be the problem. Otherwise we return null. Okay, good, there we go. What I want to display is that particular error. Okay, so if our fetch error has been set to null, however, if it is not equal to null, okay, we want to display that fetch error, and we are going to do this first by let's change the API URL. Okay, you can see here we are able to get the data because our URL is okay. So where is my API URL? If I set this to blogs with a double S and save that, then I come here and reload, I want to see that message. So after 3 seconds, it should give me that couldn't fetch the required resources. Okay, and this is the error which we got, and we are going to get a blog list is empty, and the footer is going to say that there are 0 blogs which are remaining. Okay, so at least we get that right. So let's reload these, So blog list is empty, and after 3 seconds we get these. However, I don't want it to just say the blog list is empty. What I also want to do is that if we are loading our data, so that is if our is loading is true, which is initially set to default that it is true, what I want to do, if our loading is true and there is also no error, let's say that our fetch error is equal to null, what I want to have is a h2, and this h2 I want it to say loading items. So this is like we are setting some sort of loading spinner. So I am going to save these, and in my app.js, I know I had forgotten to say, yeah, we've already set our is loading to 4. So what happens? Our loading is set to true. So when you are fetching data, the data is fetched, and our loading is set to true. And then after our data has been, after we get all our data, then we set the blogs to our particular data. And finally, after everything has happened, we set our set is loading back to false. So let me refresh these. So we get now the loading spinner, loading items. After 3 seconds, we get that. Good. So we are able now to handle error. We are able now to get a good layout of our page. And this is what happens when you are loading data from an API. Maybe the API might take time, as you're seeing, like get like 3 seconds. We need something which is telling our user that we are loading our items. Good. So we get that, and it works perfectly. Now, the next thing that I want to do is I want to be able to update data to the server, okay, to this now server. So, and we are going to do that right now. So in my source folder, I want to create something. I'm going to create a folder. I'm gonna call this crud. We call it crud. And I'm going to create a new file, call it crud operations. Yeah, called crud operation.js. So in my crud operation.js, what I want here is that I want to get it's going to be some sort of like a use hook whereby I get a fetch error, okay? And so for these, I am going to call these, let me first create it, something like that. And this is going to be an async. Here, the first thing that it is going to take, it's going to be a URL, and the URL we are going to set it to an empty string. For example, the API URL that we have. Then we are going to have an options object, and this options object I'm going to set it to null. And then we're going to have an error message, and I'm also going to set this to null. Right. So in here, I'm going to have a try catch. I do not need this return. I'm going to remove these first. So catch, get the error, and here I'm also going to have a finally. It's already being suggested by VS Code. So let's first get the response. So we are going to await, not add event listener, but await fetch, and for our fetch we're going to get the URL, and then we are going to take the options object. Okay, so then I'm going to say that if our response is not okay, if it is not okay, then what we are going to do is we are going to throw an error. And for this error, I'm going to say that couldn't perform the options object dot method. So the method will either be get, not get, post, patch, put, as well as delete. Okay, couldn't perform the patch operation. Let's call this operation over here. Then here we are going to set the error message. This will be the same as error dot this particular message that we've set. Then finally, what I want to have is I want to return the error message. Okay. So this is going to enable us to perform the CRUD operations which we need to perform. And so the first CRUD operation, so in the name CRUD, we've already done the read, which is get, which is what we've done here, fetching the data. The next one which I want us to handle is create, and that is usually the post. So what I'm going to do here, after that, I'm going to import the CRUD operation, and in the handle add blog here, I'm going to put this as an async function. Okay, going to call it as an async function. So good. Remember that the ID that we're getting here is a number. I think it's a string. Yeah, we are setting it as a string. What we need to do is we need to stringify it. So what I'm going to do here is I am going to stringify, JSON.stringify these. Control X, and I'm going to Control V over here. Wonderful. So once I do that, I want to see what is being outputted here. Let me console.log first. Console.log the ID. I want to see what I'm getting. So I'm gonna come here to create blog. I'll call this new blog created. Then I'm going to submit these. I get 41. I'm not supposed to get 41. The last what do you call it? The last item to be created is Red Dead Redemption, and it has an ID of number 4. Okay. Reload this and see whether I'm getting any changes. So the next ID should be number 5. So something is wrong with that particular ID. Let me see. Call this ID number. What I'm gonna do for this ID number is I'm gonna convert this to a number, whereby get our blogs.length -1. And then I want to get the ID property .id, and then I need to add number 1. Okay, so what I'm going to stringify here is if we have our blogs.length, if they exist, what I want to get is the ID number, else I get number 1. So save that, and let's see whether we are able to get what we need. So load the items again, get the items from the server, new blog created. I'm gonna call these just created, just something simple. I'm gonna submit these, yes, and I get the ID number 5. So JSON.stringify, yes, and this should work. And let's see if this is going to work. But I don't know why it is not outputting the JSON, the JSON.stringify data, because it's supposed to come up when it's stringified. So ID number, so we get 1. Okay, right, let's see first. So we get our new blog item. I'm gonna delete these, don't need it, but we're going to counter check that. So here I'm going to set a try catch block, try catch. And so for the try, here we need to set a response. No. Before you set the response, we need to create an options object. Remember, options object. And for this options object, the method which we are going to use is the method to post. And we're going to have the headers, call these headers, and the content dash type. These will be the same as application slash JSON. It's not supposed to be here, it's supposed to be like that. Then finally, the body, this will be the same as JSON dot stringify the new blog item that you've created, over there. Then, therefore, now we come here and we get the response which we need. We are going to await, put the fetch, not fetch. Now we call the CRUD operator, the CRUD operation. Remember, our CRUD operation is taking, the first thing it's taking is the URL. And you already have our URL, which is the API URL. And then the other thing that it's taking is the options object. Here it's been set to null. Remember, from the CRUD operations, what you're getting is an error message. So if an error is present, what we need to put is the error message. So we get the options object, and yeah, and we get that. Then what we need to say here is that if our response, and our response will be an error. If there is an error, what we need to do is we need to set, the fetch error to the response which you're getting here, which is going to be an error. Okay. Then I think that's how it's supposed to be. I'm thinking like that's how it's supposed to be. Then all these is not supposed to be there. I'm going to have these inside here. So we set now the blogs to the new blog items, which we get over here, and then we set description, and then we navigate. So catch, get the error. I think I'll be setting these back to, so if we have our response, let me first save these. Let me see what I get first. I get that React is not defined, so I'm going to remove these. Don't need it. Seems to work successfully. Let's try and create a new blog. So new blog created, and here we can say we are testing the CRUD operator. Let's submit. So we get the new blog created, testing the CRUD operator. If I reload my server, I get an ID of 5, new blog created, testing the CRUD operator, checked false, and you get the timestamp. So this works perfectly. So this is okay. Let's see what happens if we input an error when we are trying to create that, when we are creating. No, but it seems to work. I think it seems to work. So the try catch block, and you're already setting. I wanted to have to set the fetch error, but I'll be doing that twice over here. So this seems to work. Then and we can see that so if we reload these, we are supposed to get this new blog created over here, and so we get it over here. Let's work on the next function, which is the delete. And so for the delete, this is we are going to set the options object. So let's get the options object, options object, and this it's supposed to be an array. I need to instantiate that. And so the method here which you're going to have is going to be very simple. It's just the method to delete. Then here we can have the try catch block. Try catch block. And so once you have the try catch block, this should be an async function. So the response is going to be the same as we await, not fetch, but the CRUD operation. And for this CRUD operation, we input the API URL. So let's start by having the API URL. And remember, we need to input the ID, this particular ID that we have, so /ID. And we need to input the options object because we are deleting this particular ID. So if we get our response, which is an error, what we need to do is we need to set the fetch error to the result which you're getting, or to this response. Yeah. And so let's save that. This shouldn't be down here. I'm going to get these, and I am going to input these here. Let's see whether this is going to work. So refresh. We get the new blog which has been created. Let's enter here, and then let's try and delete that. So if we delete and we move to our server and reload, we can see that that blog doesn't exist anymore. So our delete operation works. Then the final one which you're going to tackle is the patch. Okay, so similarly we are going to put that as an async function. Then we are going to create our options object, and for this option object, the method, this will be patch. The method which you're going to use is patch. Going to have the headers, and the headers, the content dash type. This will be the same as application /JSON. And then the body, this will be the same as JSON.stringify. And what we are going to stringify is need to put this as that. What we are going to stringify is we have our new blog items, so we need to get that particular blog item which is being updated. So const new blog item, not going to call that, let's call it updated blog item. This updated blog item, this will be the same as the new blog items, and we are going to find that particular blog which has been updated. So we're going to get our blog ID matches our ID. And so what we are going to stringify is supposed to be what we are updating. When we use patch is basically updating. Is updating. So what we are going to do, what we are updating here is the checked. So here I'm going to input the checked property like that, and I'm going to put it as updated blog item dot checked. Yes, and I think yes, supposed to have these in like that. Okay, so we set now the blog items to new items, and that's going to be fine. All right, so let's have our try catch block over here. And so let's start with getting the response, which is going to be the same as await CRUD operation. We are going to have, remember, it's supposed to be $, API URL, what we are updating is that particular blog with that particular ID, and then we are having the options object. So if we have an error which is given by the result, what we need to do is set the fetch error to that, and I'm gonna cut that and I'm gonna put that over there, and I'm going to save that. And it seems that there is a problem. App.json .js at line 112. Oh yeah, I need to remove that, sorry. So go back to our terminal, and everything seems to be working fine. We are going to reload these, and we have this blog here. The checked is false, so let's check it to be true. We have the future of renewable energy checked is true. Let's check it to false. So after checking that, I hope, and I am going to reload. So what we should get is the red, only the first block here should have the checked property. So let's reload these. We wait and we see after 3 seconds. Good. So this is being updated well. The checked property is working. You can get into this blog, Horizon Zero Dawn, which is a game. Can click the check property, taken back to the home page. You navigate to the home page that we had worked on. If we reload, that data should be updated in the server, and that is where we are getting that this is also being checked. So that seems to work efficiently. So you can get the Horizon Zero Dawn true, and also the Red Dead Redemption here has been checked to true. Finally, we also need to we update for the handle edit when we are editing the title. So here I'm going to have the updated blog item, and I'm going to get the updated blog item by finding it. So I'm going to find the blog. So by the blog.id matches the ID, so we get that particular blog. And here I'm going to have a try catch block. Catch. So here I'm going to have a response, and before I have that particular response, we need to create the options object. Options object. In this options object, the method will be the same as patch. If we were updating the entire blog, that is the title, the description, the timestamp, and also its ID, instead of using patch, we would use put. But here we are only just editing the title, the description, and the timestamp. The ID still remains to be the same. So what we have going to have the method patch, then headers. We are going to have the content type to be application /JSON, and finally we're going to have the body. For the body, what we are going to have is JSON, going to stringify, and we open these. So we are editing our title, and our title will be the same as updated blog item.title. Then the description too is going to be the same as that particular blog which we are updating its description and its particular description, and its timestamp. The timestamp will also be the same as that particular updated blog item.timestamp. So we save that, and it's going to work. I know that it's going to work. So our response here will be the same as await. We're going to await the CRUD operation, and the CRUD operation, we are going to have the API URL, and what we want to do is patch that particular blog with its particular ID, and then we are going to have the options object over there. So if we have an error, so what we need to do here is set the fetch error to that particular response. So this seems to bring an issue, I think, because I have not put an async up here. So I'm gonna take all these, I'm gonna put it there. So once we do that, updating our blog item should work. So let's get into these, edit, Red Dead Redemption, update, then absolutely love to play. Can say here updating 1, and then let's submit these. We are taken back to our home page, and then we get Red Dead Redemption update, and we get the updating one whereby we've updated. If we reload these, we can see that we have that update. Okay, so so this is the way we can be able to perform the CRUD operations. And you have already performed all the CRUD operations. You have been able to fetch the data here under use effect here. So we get the read method, which is get. Then we are able to also perform the post, which is create here when we are adding our blog. We are also able to perform the operation of delete, which is here, and we're also able to perform the operation of update, which is here, given by patch for both. And so even if we look back to our JSON server, we are going to, in our VS Code, we get to see that that data is being updated too. And even our live server here, the JSON live server, we are able to see that our data is changing. So let's go through these once more. Let's create a new blog, making sure that we do not get any errors. So new blog created. The description will be I am going to update and finally delete these posts. So let's submit these. So the post works, the post method. If I reload here in my JSON server, I get an ID, a new ID, and with the blog created down here. So let's try and update these. So if I click here, I'm be updating, whereby the checked has been updated to true. If I reload these, I get the checked here to be true, and the timestamp has also changed. Let's try and edit the title. So new blog created and updated. So testing if update works. So let's submit these. So we get the new blog created and updated, and we are testing if the update works. So if we reload here, we get that the server is being updated, and we are able to call this data. Then the final thing is to delete it. So let's delete it, and if we delete and we reload the server, we do not get it. So all our applications are working. The search doesn't really change. So if I click here future, it's the same one which we had worked on when we used the use effect. Now, so this is one way, or this is one method whereby we can be able to which you can use to call data. Now there is a much more simpler way, and for this I am going to create in my source folder something known as I'm going to create a folder called Axios. I'll create it, Axios, and remember in the terminal which we are using, or no, in that particular terminal I'm already using it to monitor the blog. So I'm going to have a new terminal. I'm going to create a new terminal, and as it loads, I'm going to go back to my Chrome, and here in our npm.js website, we want to import something known as Axios. So just simply search here Axios and search for that package. So this is going to fetch the first one, and so we get it. I'm gonna copy it as my terminal opens. So as the terminal opens, what we are going to do now, we are going to use Axios, and this Axios just makes things much more simpler. instead of saying await fetch and having all these options object whereby we just need to input the options object such as post, headers, and the body JSON stringify, we do not need to do all that. By using Axios, we just perform the CRUD operations directly. So I'm going to change directory to the blog app, and then I am going to install that package known as Axios. So let it install, and as it installs down here, I am going to do what? I want to delete all these properties which I have over here. So okay, good. Let's first get into the Axios folder which it created, and so here I'm going to create axios.js file, and in here I am going to import. Remember, Axios in our package.json folder, I know that it has been installed as a dependency, so here it is. So here I'm going to import Axios from Axios. Then here, down here, I'm going to say export default, export not debugger, default Axios dot create, and create going to have something known as a base URL, and this base URL is simply going to be this endpoint without the blogs part, but I'm just going to create it as that first. That is going to be the base URL. So and so we have created that, and after creating that base URL, we're going to save that, and in my application.js I am going to import Axios from Axios. Now we no longer need the CRUD operation because now we are going to just need the Axios, and so what I'm going to do here, from starting from this use effect over here, const fetch data, what here I'm going to need to do is okay, let's first delete these because I want us to start afresh. Need us to start afresh. Okay, let's first delete all these. But if I delete it, it's going to be a very long procedure again. So let's first fetch the data. So where we fetched first our data using fetch, what we are not going to do now here is we are not going to say just fetch. We are just going to input Axios, and we are now just going to say Axios dot. When you're fetching data is usually the method of get. So we get that data. So the data which we get is going to be so if we have our response, which is the data, and there exists something as response.data, what we want to do, we do not want to throw an error. Instead, what we want to do, we want to set the blogs to not resp data but to response.data. Okay, so if you console.log response.data, you're going to get that entire array. Good. Then we are going to set our fetch error to error.response.status text. Okay, then we set our is loading back to false. So you see all the code that we had, Axios just makes this to be much more simpler. And let me just try and console.log something so that you can see what I'm talking about when I say resp data, resp.data. So let's do that. Remember, we are still using the endpoint we are still using this endpoint. So once we come back to our React, I can see that CRUD operation is not defined, so I need to get rid of all those places where I had that CRUD operation, and can have it. Where is it? We can start by, so what I need to get rid is all of these. CRUD CRUD operation. So going to get rid of that. Going to get rid of these two because we no longer need it. Then I'm also going to get rid of these. Each and every place where it has that particular CRUD operation. Yeah, these, going to remove all that. Then also for the handle check, we're going to remove all these, and can remove also that. And also in our handle edit, the options object, get rid of the options object. I'm also going to get rid of these. So I think now if I save these should the application should work. Okay, good. Now let's reload these. So loading items similarly, whereby we are getting the data using Axios, and we get these. So we have here in our use effect, we can see that we've said that if our response exists and our response.data here, if our response is present, so our response is this entire array, and our response.data, our object, that is the response is the object, and our response.data, so this data is that particular array, this array that we have. That is why we are tapping into this array. Then we are setting our blogs, remember, we are setting our blogs to our response.data, whereby it is this array which contains these objects which we have over here. Okay, then our status text is this which says okay. Okay, so if we have an error and the status text here is not okay, then we are going to display that particular error. And I think I can show these just by doing what? API. Oh, no. We shouldn't get from the API URL. Sorry, Axios.get. What I want to do here is get from /blogs. Remember, in Axios, we just set localhost to the port, but we didn't set that particular endpoint, which is /blogs. So let me reload these again. I'm going to save that, and I won't reload these. So /blogs, it's still the same. So we get that data. I just wanted to be quite correct, because when you're using Axios, we didn't set the endpoint, and that is the endpoint which we need to set here. So I want to show something. What happens? What if we add another S over there? We are going to get an error, and I need that error to be displayed. So loading items. So we get a status of not found. Okay, and we are getting that status because in the response which you are getting, the status text says 404 not found. So this is what is being displayed here. So save that again, and then going to reload these, and we reload, and we get that particular and we get our data which is being got from the JSON server. So then let's work on the next CRUD operation, which is the post. Okay, which is the post. And so what we need to do is here in our try catch block under handle add blog, we are going to await, and we are going to await Axios. Now what we are doing, remember here when we are using our CRUD operator, we set the options object. Here we don't need to, so we're just going to say Axios.post, and we are going to post to what endpoint? The blogs, and what you are posting is this new blog item. Okay, new blog item. Now the new blog items now will be the same as we going to open our blogs, and instead of having that new blog item, we are going to get now the response dot, we await the response dot data, that what we get from here, after we've updated our blog item, and these should now automatically update our server. So this is how you work with servers. Okay, so I'm going to reload that. I'm going to come here and I'm going to create a blog. I'm going to say this is going to be a new blog. So some of that. This is our blog. So blog created using Axios. So just say using Axios. So let's just submit. and we get is a blog created using Axios. Go to our server, reload, we get blog of ID number 5, the title, the blog created using Axios, and we can see that it is here. Good. So we are able to perform a post operation now using Axios. Quite simple. Just makes the code to just makes our code to be much more easier. Okay. So for our error here, I'm going to set something. I'm going to say const set error. We're going to say that if our response, so here, if our error dot response exists, what I want to get back is error dot response dot the status text. Remember? However, if it doesn't exist, what I just want to output out here is network error. Okay. Then what I just need to do here is set the fetch error to this particular error. So, and once we do that, we are golden, we are fine. So we are able to perform that particular operation. We move on to deleting. Now, for the delete, we don't need to do a lot of things. We really don't need to do a lot of things. So I'm gonna copy these and I'm gonna put it up there. So going to cut these, I'll put it up there. Then what I'm going to do here is just simply say await Axios and just input delete. And what am I deleting? I am deleting from blogs, that particular blog with the ID. Remember, we need to pass in that ID. So once we do that, we get we are able to filter, and then we set the new blogs to what we are getting. Then for the error, we're just going to copy paste what we have up here, and we're going to just input it down here. So save that. Let's see if we are able to delete it. So going to reload these. Still going to take me to that. So blog not found. Okay, now it is found. Remember our not found page, so that is what was displayed first, but after it has been found, it has been displayed. So let's see if we are able to delete these. So if we delete, we don't get it. Let's see if in our server, remember servers just regular update. You don't need to go to real life servers. They'll update, delete data, and they're going to reload themselves. For us, since you're using the JSON server, we need to constantly reload and see the changes which you are making. So if we do that, the new blog which you had created doesn't work. So Axios just makes us not just helps us in minimizing the code which we are using. Okay. So next we perform now the update. So we've performed the read. So we've had post. Now we've had get, post, delete. So what we now need to do is update. So for the update here, I'm going to have const our response is going to be the same as await, and we are awaiting, remember, our Axios, and what we need to do here is patch. Okay, so what we patch now is, remember, our endpoint is blogs, and we are patching that particular blog with the ID, and what we are going to pass now here is let me see if I can remember. What we are going to pass here is the checked property is going to be the same as updated blog item dot checked. So we update the checked property for that particular item, this updated blog item. And so the set blog items here, now this is going to be the same as we now map. So blogs.map, we are going to map through the blogs. Then we're going to say that if our blog.id, if it matches that particular ID, what I want to now get is the response data, okay? The updated blog item. If not, what I would just want to return is that particular blog. So let's save that. And for the error, remember, it's going to copy paste this down here. And so let's see if this works. So we're going to reload these. And you have these. So what I want to do is I want to uncheck want to remove this checked property. So I'm going to uncheck that, and also for Horizon 0 Forbidden West, we uncheck that. Then let's move to our server. We're going to reload these, and the checked now should be false. You get to see now the false checked here. So if we reload, it has been updated. The data will be updated, whereby yeah, this works properly. So I can also update it also to have, and if I reload, definitely in my JSON server it has been updated. I don't even need to reload the JSON server, but we get our data here has been updated. Okay. Then the last one is we handle updating of our title and description. This is also going to be the same as the function for handling our check. So our response, this will be the same as await. We await Axios. Then dot, what we're going to do is patch. Remember our endpoint is /blogs, and we are going to input our particular blog with the ID property. And then we're going to open this up, whereby we are going to have the title. Actually, I'm just going to copy. This, whereby the title will be the same as updated blog item dot title. The description will be the same as the updated blog item dot description. Then the timestamp will also be the same as updated blog item dot timestamp. So we get that. Then our blogs, we are going to need to map again. So we map again through our blogs, whereby if our blog.id, if it matches our ID, what we need to return is our response.data. Otherwise, we just return the blog which we need. Then I need to copy just the error. So and how to handle the error, and I'm gonna copy paste that down there. So we reload these and we try editing. Okay, so let's try and update these. So edit Horizon 0 West update, and I'm gonna say updated, say testing Axios update. Okay, then we submit. So we get update and also testing Axios update. So if I reload these, we get testing Axios update and Horizon 0 Dawn Forbidden West update. Wonderful. So now we've been able now to carry out all our operation now using Axios. So quite easy. Axios just makes things much more easier. So what you just need is to set the base URL, and then all the CRUD operations, you're just not going to use the .get, .post, .delete, .patch, .put method. So you can either use the CRUD operation, but that just makes the code to become much more longer. But it is also good for one to understand how to work their way through that. So yes, and now we are able to create. We've been able to create an entire application using React. So the last thing which I want to tackle is about the data provider and data context. We can see here that we have so much data, and we need to do just a little bit of cleanup. And I want to do that. First of all, I want to get rid of this console.log over here, just to make sure that no data is being logged to the console. So I'm gonna reload these, and it's load that the items blog list is empty. Let's try and create a new blog, and this blog, you're going to give it a title of new blog, just to confirm that everything is working. Blog created. We submit these. It has already been created here. Let's try and update it by updating the handle check function. It's been updated. Then we can try and edit. We can say update blog created update. I can submit that. and if we come over here and reload, we get this new blog updated, blog created update. Even within the db.json, I get these get it over here in my VS Code, and what is remaining is just to delete it. So once we delete it, it no longer exists and it is no longer there. So even if we reload this data, it is not going to be there. Perfect. So this gives a real world application on how to build on how to use React when calling data using Axios, and also using the normal way of fetch, and you specify the options object. Good. So the last thing which I want to do, is the cleanup. So we check on the cleanup. So in my source, I'm going to create a new folder. All these is okay now. I don't need it anymore. So I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to call this folder DataContext. In the DataContext, I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call this DataContext.js, and in here I am going to import a few things. So I am going to first import. Let me first start by importing useState, useEffect, as well as something known as createContext. And these, I'm going to get all these from React. Get these from React. Then the next thing I want to do here is export. Not export. Let's create the data context. So the data context, this will be the same as create context with an empty curly braces there. Then the next thing I want to do is I'm going to create a function. I'm going to call this data provider now. What const data provider? This I'm going to have it be a sort. It's going to carry the children, and then here I am going to return the data context which I had created dot provider, and this is going to have a value, and in this particular here I want all the children to be provided under this data provider. Then the last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to export default data context. Okay, so you need to set that. Then what I'm going to do now, let me close that because I want this to be here. Let this be here. What I want is I want to clean up my app.js such that all these will be found in the data context. Okay, you can already see that I'm not using the API URL because I'm calling the data using Axios, so I'm going to remove that. So there are a few things which we are going to import. So number one, let's first import Axios from Axios. Then going to import the use timestamp also. So now it's not going to be needed here. So import that. So I'm going to remove that, those I don't need over there. Also import useState, useEffect, that is not going to be needed there. Good. So gonna take all these data, I am going to copy it, and here I am going to paste it. Then for the values, I am going to get them. I need to get them, so I'm gonna click that, take all this data, because this is the data which we are going to be passing to the children. Oh no, do you want it as that? I'm gonna try this again. Okay, I think we already know the data, so let's just type it. Blogs, comma, set blogs. The next thing is get timestamp. Next thing is navigate. Next thing is new title, and set new title. Then you're going to have the new description, set new description. Then we have our search value, then set search value. Then we have the search result. Press Alt Z to be able to see what you're doing. So set search result, then edit title, set edit, go one by one, set edit title, then edit description, set edit description, then going to have the fetch error, then you can have something like set fetch error. Lastly, you're going to have is loading and set is loading. Okay, seem to have captured all the data that we need, right? Then we continue cleaning up. So all these use effect, all these, you're going to take all of it, all our functions up to there. I'm gonna cut. So as we can see now, we are able now to clean up, and we're going to place all of these in our data context. So we now get to call all those functions, and the first function was oh no, set is loading, comma. So the first one was handle add blog, the second one was handle delete, the third one was handle check, fourth one was handle edit, the fifth one was handle cancel. I think I have all of them set. So we're going to save that. Now we move on to our application.js. So here, what we're going to do, oh, I have even forgotten to, yes, so we no longer need the use navigate here. So in my data context, I'm going to need to remember to import that too. So import use navigate from, going to come from React Router DOM. Then go back to our app.js. Let's import the data provider. As a matter of fact, it's supposed to be data provider, and we get these from you're going to get this from our data context there. Then we want to provide all these values, so I'm going to get the data provider, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to take all our routes here, every one of it, all the way down to the footer, and I'm going to place this under data provider. So once I do that, I am going to save, and I'm going to get errors because all these are coming now from the data provider. So we are going to tackle them one by one. So close the package.json. I no longer need the index. Also don't need the data context. So let's start now with our header. So if I go back to my app, I am going to get all these sort of errors because they are not defined, but we're going to tackle them one by one, and the application will work. So components. So the first component is the header. So in the header, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to import something known as use context. Use context from React Router from, I think it's supposed to be from not React Router DOM, but from React from React. Then I'm going to need to also import the data context. So here I'm going to destructure these. I'm going to get these, and this is going to be the same as use context provided by the data context, and in my header I'll just delete these. No longer going to need it. So in my header.js, I'm going to save that, and that is going to work. Next, move on to the DisplayBlog main. Now, do the same thing that we've done for the header. I'm gonna import these. I'm gonna place it here. Then I am going to destructure these whereby I'm going to get const, and I'm going to get all these. Doesn't seem to allow me, so I'm gonna get that, and this is going to be the same as use context, data context. Okay, now here I'm not gonna have these blogs. What I'm going to have these is going to be the same as search result, and the blogs here I'm going to have them be the same as search result. Okay, use context, data context. So search result dot length. Wonderful. So the next one will be these are being passed down, so we really do not need to worry about that. So what we need to now move to is the, maybe let's check from the header. What next do we do? Okay, not the header, but DisplayBlog main. Now I do not need these because all of these are being provided, so I'm going to remove these. So the next one is the new blog. So let's go to the new blog. I am going to remove all these. So as you can see, our application is getting cleaner and cleaner. So we do what we've done with the header.js. I'm going to import these to the new blog. Then I'm going to take all these destructured properties up here, and I'm going to input them here. It's going to be the same as use context from our data context, and that will work perfectly. Then the next one is the blog page. I'm going to get rid of these. So for the blog page, still do what we've done over here. Get that, and we destructure still const this is going to be the same as use context, data context. Then finally I think we have our EditBlog. Gonna get rid of that, and in our EditBlog gonna come up here. I am going to copy these two, and I am going to destructure these. So we get that is going to be the same as use context, the data context. Then finally, and the last one is the footer. For the footer, we are also going to do the same thing. So copy that, gonna paste that here, and then we are going to destructure the blogs, which is going to be the same as use context, data context, and we are going to get rid of these. And once we do that, application will work perfectly. So let's get rid of these errors. Don't know how to going to close these. elements console. I don't need to see these, so yes, then let's refresh. Let's see whether we are going to get any error, because now all the data is being provided. And yes, our application now is working. It works perfectly. So this is how we're able to create a new a React application, and I will provide a link to the GitHub repository which contains this code. So very easy application to create, which covers all the concepts of React from the start, from the basics, evolving all the way from using static data. We've been able to display static data, but not really change it. We've been able to cover about storing data in local storage, and we've been able to cover on how to mimic fetching data using from an API by using JSON Server.